CSBA. Respectable Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, and Accreditation, Associate Professor Dr. Insinyur Herman S. Sugoto, MBA. Respectable IEEE Computer Society Chair, Professor Dr. Insinyur Ford Lumban Gaul, SSI MCom. Respectable IEEE Indonesia Section, Professor Insinyur Gamantio Hendriantoro, MN, PhD.
Respectable deans, directors, head and secretary of departments, heads of divisions, and head of units of Universitas Komputer Indonesia, esteemed lecturers and staff of Universitas Komputer Indonesia.
And last but not least, all invited guests and conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Universitas Komputer Indonesia and the 6th International Conference on Informatics, Engineering, Science, and Technology, Incitest 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a pleasure for us to gather again for this series of conference, providing us with a valuable opportunity to come together in a scientific meeting. We truly appreciate your presence and participation in this event.
We want to express our heartfelt gratitude to Rector of UNIKOM, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Edi Suryanto Sugoto MT, for his endless support of this conference. We also thank the Vice Rectors and Deans of UNIKOM for their support. We must also recognize the committee's tireless effort in this series conference offline today, October 25, 2023.
Our sincere appreciation is also extended to our distinguished keynote speakers who have dedicated their time and knowledge to share their perspective at this conference. Of course, we are more than happy to have Professor Dr. Hiroyuki Ida from Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Professor Ahmad Hiyasat BSc MSc PhD from Princess Sumaya University for Technology, Jordan, Professor Hamid Hasanpur from Sharud University of Technology, Iran, Malruan Al-Rubaya PhD from Net Zero Analytics Incorporation and Applied Membranes Incorporated, Canada, and last but not least, Han Maulana MCom PhD from Universitas Komputer Indonesia as our keynote speaker for today's conference under the theme Research Innovations for Sustainable Future. And last, our thankfulness is also addressed to all fellow participants for your shared commitment to this conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, starting the conference, we will sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya and March of UNIKOM, to be conducted by Tresna Alfiani. Please arise.
Komputer Indonesia dengan langkah tegak berjalan menuju arah yang terdepan, unggul dalam ilmu pengetahuan. Universitas Komputer Indonesia tingkatkan sumber daya manusia untuk kepentingan bangsa. Demi Indonesia kita tercinta, tak goyah, tak gentar, menembus tantangan. UNIKOM maju berjaya, menyala di dada, semangat membara. UNIKOM jaya selamanya. Universitas Komputer Indonesia tingkatkan sumber daya manusia untuk kepentingan bangsa. Demi Indonesia kita tercinta.
We would like also to welcome Professor Abdul Karim Mahdi Alobaidi from Taylor University, Malaysia, and welcome to Vice Rector too, the Associate Professor Dr. Agus Rianto. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now watch a brief video documentation about Universitas Komputer Indonesia.
Welcome to Universitas Komputer Indonesia, UNIKOM Bandung, a university with a new paradigm of higher education based on information technology. As a modern university based on information technology and digital systems, UNIKOM builds competitive advantage through the PIKI, professionalism, integrity, quality, IT, and excellence culture. Its campus is equipped by various digital sophisticated facilities with online and multimedia mobile technology, so that UNIKOM is a right education place for people who want to be scientists in their own fields. In addition to maintaining the undergraduate educational level, UNIKOM also maintains faculty of postgraduate. The postgraduate faculty has 4 study programs that have been accredited, namely Doctor of Management Science, Magister Information System, Magister Management, and Magister Design. The 4th of study fields is an important part in the development of knowledge, in order to improve the ability, comprehension, and reasoning power of each learner to acquire specialization, enhancement, and deepening of knowledge, career improvement, and success in building and developing business. UNIKOM also carry out international class education. This program study taught in international class is the information system to cooperate with the world's top universities. International class followed by students from various countries in the world. Academic activities in UNIKOM run well due to the complete facilities it has. In addition to lecturing room for providing scientific theories, UNIKOM has built various facilities for practices in the form of laboratories and studios. 80% of learning processes are provided in the form of direct practices, so that the students will get used to working environment and that the graduates will be the human resources firstly chose by companies and industrial environment. Quality and education in UNIKOM are highly supported by competent lecturers in their own fields. Experienced lecturers provide quality subject contents with convenient teaching methods. UNIKOM successfully accredited by the accreditation ratings A or Unggul by National Accreditation for Higher Education or BAN-PT. Unggul accreditation is a matter of pride as well as extraordinary happiness, because achieving this Unggul accreditation is an extraordinary struggle where UNIKOM must build a good system. All lines must work productively, actively, and integratedly. Simago Institutional Ranking recently assessed UNIKOM as one of the universities entitled to hold the title of World-Class University, based on assessments in 3 different categories. UNIKOM's achievement as a world-class university is certainly a proud achievement. Togetherness is a key word in UNIKOM's progress. This togetherness is applied among others in UNIKOM's leaders meeting. These meetings are shared means for the leaders of university, leaders of faculty, and leaders of institutions to evaluate what had been carried out and to develop important things for the progress of Indonesian Computer University. UNIKOM has various communities to build talents, skills and abilities, such as its UNIKOM Radio, UNIKOM TV or PTV, InBiscom, AP2SC, Animation, Code Labs, ERG, Robotics, and Rocket Division. UNIKOM organized various events, both regionally, nationally and internationally, such as seminar, workshop and other events, among others, International Conference on Informatics, Engineering, Sciences and Technology, Incitest, is an annual program hosted by Universitas Komputer Indonesia since 2018. The International Conference on Business, Economics, Social Sciences and Humanities or ECOBEST is an annual program hosted by Universitas Komputer Indonesia. UNIKOM collaborates with universities in Japan and universities from various countries to hold the ASEAN Workshop on Information Science and Technology, or AWIST. In order to give the right to quality education to all students, UNIKOM annually provides scholarships for students and employees who excel in both academic and non-academic fields. After study in UNIKOM with various obstacles and challenges, the long-awaited day arrived. The moment of graduation. This is the day when UNIKOM will release the graduating students to enter the world of work or self-employment. All the hard work and struggle during college seem to be paid off, replaced by joy and pride for students and parents. The success achieved by UNIKOM at a relatively young age compared to other tertiary institutions has received appreciation from various parties, both from the private sector and the government. They expressed their pride for UNIKOM. They also have high hopes that UNIKOM will give an active role for the advancement of IT in Indonesia in the future. In addition to adequate academic facilities, UNIKOM also has various other facilities intended for students. To support the ease of student administration, UNIKOM has built a representative student admission room. This is where the student administration process and new student registration is carried out. Equipped with a queue number pavilion, online and integrated services, UNIKOM Admission makes all administrative processes run fast and short, effective and efficient. UNIKOM also provides a library with a book collection consisting of more than 20,000 titles and digital collections which are allowed to be read by the students at any time. This clean and comfortable UNIKOM library is also provided by digital database from ProQuest company. UNIKOM Medical Center is one of the campus support units that provides health service facilities for the UNIKOM academic community. Services facilitated by the UNIKOM Medical Center for the UNIKOM academic community include general practitioner, emergency and laboratory examinations. UNIKOM also provides clean and spacious canteen facilities that provide a wide selection of food and drinks at affordable prices for students. Opened every day during class hours, the canteen is always busy with visits from students. Worship place, a comfortable and adequate place of worship for the UNIKOM academic community, spacious parking facilities for cars and motorcycles located on the basement floor. At present, UNIKOM has received various achievements and awards, both on a regional, national and international scale. Among others, participated in 51 international competitions, achieved more than 150 awards. World Champion, ICT World Skill Competition, 2019, Kazan, Russia. Asian Champion, Microsoft Imagine Cup, 2023. Gold Medal, World Skills ASEAN Competition, Singapore, 2023. 9 years, World Champion International Robot Contest, USA, 2009, 2018. 2 winners, the ASEAN ICT Awards, Ieee 2021. 10 years, winner of the Asia Pacific ICT Award, APICTA 2013, 2022. 3 winners, the ASEAN India ICT Hackathon 2021. Number 1, International Web Technologies 2020. Number 1, International Art Contest, Shenzhen, China 2020. 4 years, winner of ASEAN Skills Competition 2012-2018. International winner, Multimedia Animation, Taiwan 2017. Number 1, International Mobile Innovations 2017, and various other international awards. Participated in 150 national competitions, achieved more than 200 awards. The national winner, Astronauts 2023. The national winner, Student Digital Innovation Competition 2023. The national winner, Mobile UI UX Competition MUC 2022. The national winner, Civic Competition 2022. The national winner, Mile Zero Project 2.0 2022. 4 years, the national winner, Identic 2019 until 2022. The national winner, Article Writing SI Fest 2021. The national winner, Gemastic 13 2020. The national winner, Alcatel Lucent Enterprise 2020. The national winner, Med Innovation 2020. The national winner, Indonesia Choir Festival 2019. The national winner, Alcatel Hackathon 2018. The national winner, Line Creativate 2018. Best Sportivity, Indonesia Flying Robot Contest 2018. 4 years, the national winner, Indonesia Smart Robot Contest, KRCI. 10 years, the national winner, Indonesia Rocket Competition 2010-2019. 7 years, the national winner, Indonesia ICT Award, INAICTA 2007-2015. 6 years, the national winner, ICT Smart Campus, TESCA 2009-2014. 2 years, the national winner, Microsoft 2015-2016. 5 years, the national winner, Indonesia Atmospheric Balloon Payload Competition 2015-2019, and various other national awards. UNIKOM's progress with various great achievements has made UNIKOM today one of the leading private universities in Indonesia. UNIKOM Excellent Campus of the Champions.
First of all, we would like to welcome Vice Rector for Research and Cooperation, Associate Professor Dr. Agus Rianto, STMT, CSBA. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is the speech from the conference chair, Dr. Poni Sukaisi Kurniati, SIP MSI. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed college and fellow researchers. It is with great pleasure and honor that I extend a warm welcome to the 6th Incitest 2023. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed rector, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Edi Suryanto Sugoto MT, and the entire top management of UNIKOM. I also extend my appreciation to the distinguished guests and our sponsor, IEEE, the Indonesia Section Computer Society Chapter, and technical co-sponsor IEEE Indonesia Section. A special welcome to our honorable keynote speaker and all the bright presenters and participants who have joined us for Incitest 2023. Additionally, I would like to acknowledge the outstanding efforts of the organizing committee in bringing this conference to life. The theme of the 6th Incitest is Research Innovation for a Sustainable Future. We anticipate that this conference will provide a platform for researchers to share their discoveries with national and international research communities and engage in discussion on informatics, engineering, science, and technology research topics. I am delighted to inform you that the conference proceedings will be submitted for inclusion in IEEE Explore, ensuring that the valuable insight presented here reach a wider audience. Lastly, I want to emphasize that today belongs to each one of you, offering a unique opportunity to interact with our esteemed speakers, pose insightful questions, exchange innovative ideas, and expand your professional network. I wholeheartedly wish each and every one of you a successful and profoundly fruitful conference. Thank you. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now listen to the welcoming speech from IEEE Indonesia section, Professor Insinyur Gamantio Hendriantoro M.Eng PhD. The screen is yours.
Thank you. Okay, let's just check. Okay. Dear distinguished guests, colleagues, researchers, professionals, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. A prosperous, warm, and spirited greetings to all of you. First of all, please allow me to extend my warm greetings to the Honorable Rector of Universitas Komputer Indonesia, or UNIKOM, Professor Ieee Suryanto Sugoto, the Vice Rector for Resources and Partnership, Professor Agus Rianto, the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, and Accreditation, who is, I think, also acting as the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computer Science, Professor Herman Sugoto, Dean of the Postgraduate Faculty, Professor Rahma Wadiniwati, and also the other deans who are here today on this beautiful day. Also, Director of Scientific Journal and Publication, who is also the Chair of Incitest 2023, Dr. Poni Sukaisi. Also, IEEE Indonesia Section Computer Chapter Chair, my colleague, Professor Ford Lumbanggao, as well as all of the distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Marwan Al-Rubai from Net Zero Analytics Incorporated and Applied Membranes Incorporated, Canada, Dr. Hanhan Maulanov from Universitas Komputer Indonesia, Professor Ahmad A. Hiasat from Princess Sumaya University for Technology, Jordan, Professor Hamid Hasanpur from Shahrut University of Technology, Iran, Professor Hiroyuki Iida from Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology in Japan, and last but not least, to the conference committee members and all participants of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the IEEE Indonesia section, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to all keynote speakers, presenters, and participants of the 6th International Conference on Informatics, Engineering, Science and Technology, or Incitest 2023. The conference is held today on 25th of October 2023 in Bandung, Indonesia, by Universitas Komputer Indonesia, with the IEEE Indonesia section and the IEEE Indonesia Computer chapter as technical sponsors. The Incitest 2023 takes the theme on research innovation for sustainable future. And as we know, sustainability is a very important issue that needs to be addressed and studied, especially with regards to the currently happening destructive climate change. And this is also matched to the current global focus of IEEE activities this year. In particular, the president of IEEE has openly encouraged all IEEE volunteers and members to study, develop, share, and implement clean technology to limit the impact of climate change. Considering the conference theme, it is easily seen that this conference is already on the right track by sharing the knowledge and research results in the scope of big data and computer science, electrical engineering, Internet of Things and robotics, intelligent system and machine vision, multimedia, game development, and virtual reality to support sustainability. It has become the reason why IEEE Indonesia section is proud to technically co-sponsor Incitest 2023. In addition to co-sponsoring conferences, the IEEE Indonesia section has carried out a large variety of activities over the 35 years of its operation in Indonesia. The IEEE Indonesia section implements the same mission of the IEEE, namely advancing technology for humanity within the context of Indonesia. But at the same time, we are also contributing to the IEEE mission internationally. As an example, currently we are starting to work together with other IEEE sections in the Asia Pacific region in promoting clean technology to mitigate the climate change effects. In line with this mission, we maintain good and mutual relationship and networking with the Indonesian government, industries, universities, professional and scientific organizations, and various other communities in Indonesia. The IEEE Indonesia section is very proud to have had a cooperation agreement with the Director General of Higher Education, or Dirjen Dikti, since 2021, which allows us to directly participate in the development of engineering higher education in Indonesia. Our contributions are the following. Firstly, the IEEE Indonesia section presently have 22 technical society chapters and joint chapters. One of them is the computer chapter, of course, covering the fields of interest of 27 IEEE societies, widely ranging from power and energy society to communication society to oceanic engineering society to education society, and also to the society of social implications of technology. All of these chapters support various scientific and academic activities in Indonesia, including technical co-sponsorship of international conferences, just like what we have today. Secondly, as of now, we have IEEE student branches and student branch chapters in 38 universities in Indonesia, which support educational activities, early career development, and international networking for university students. We would like to invite all universities, including UNIKOM in Indonesia, to form IEEE student branch in their campus and maximize the potential benefits of the talent and skills development for students through the IEEE network. Aside from that, we also hold workshops on STEM, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, for high school students in our attempt to attract the best talents into the fields of science and engineering. Thirdly, the IEEE Indonesia section technically co-sponsors more than 70 international conferences annually. As the co-sponsor of these conferences, we strive to assist them to maintain the quality of the papers at the highest level and within the scientific scope of the IEEE. In terms of international publication, as of August 2023, there are nearly 31,000 scientific papers in total, with at least one author coming from Indonesia, published in the IEEE Explorer, which consists of those the papers published in IEEE conferences, and also others published in IEEE journals. However, out of those 31,000 published in the IEEE Explorer, there are only still less than 1,000 papers authored by at least one Indonesian researchers that have been published in IEEE journals. Accordingly, we encourage Indonesian researchers to publish their research works in IEEE journals, which have been widely recognized as high-impact journals. Okay, to conclude this remark, we highly appreciate the commitment shown by the organizer of Incitest 2023 to keep the quality of accepted papers at the highest level, focusing only on papers within the scientific scope of the IEEE and the conference itself. We hope that such a strong commitment be sustained through the coming years. Finally, we wish all participants an enjoyable and valuable experience during this conference by sharing your best knowledge in the research area of your interest. Please make Incitest 2023 a memorable event. Thank you and have a good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, our following welcoming speech will be delivered from the IEEE Computer Society Chair, Professor Dr. Insinyur Ford Lumban Gaul SSI MCOM. The floor is yours, sir.
Honorables, the Rector of Universitas UNIKOM Bandung, Professor Edi Suryanto, thank you so much for inviting us to attend this conference. And indeed, the General Chair of the Incitest, Ibu Dr. Poni, and all of the vice rectors and the deans of the UNIKOM. Thank you so much, and very good morning to all of us. I still remember a couple months before we held this conference this morning. It takes a lot of long discussion and very fruitful exploring, especially to discuss, explore, and some issue related with how we select the best papers, suitable papers to be part of this Incitest 2023. And I do hope today all of the papers that presented already part of the selection very rigorously from all of the committee, including us as IEEE Computer Society. When we attend the conference, there are three aims that we come. The first is, of course, especially for the master and graduate students or the lectures, the first aim is about the publication. Because there's relate, especially in Indonesia, we call it BKD, Beban Kerja Dosen. It means semesterly based, we have to report it to the governments in the spite of the certifikasi dosen. However, there are second part, there's a very important one is we call as the engagement and collaboration. When we have so many keynote speakers from many countries in these rooms, it means the message is very simple. UNIKOM already provide a very good kind of atmosphere, especially with collaboration engagement with so many outstanding universities from abroad. It doesn't matter where they come, but the most important is UNIKOM already showing that the partnership that they bring already held today. The third point actually that we come to the conference is about, wants to explore about the local hospitality from the host. I heard from the driver this morning that all of the keynote speakers enjoy the hospitality in one of the best places in Bandung. I hope you enjoy that, because one of the best from location for all of the Jakarta come to Bandung in that place. Besides of the very cool area, there are so many I can say imaginary kind of scene over there. And indeed, all of us in this room participating come from many outside of the area can enjoy the hospitality of Bandung. Bandung is very well known as Java, as a Paris Pan Java. It means when you come in here, it's almost the same atmosphere in Paris. Besides the cuisine, there you can also enjoy about fashionable. I do believe there are some of you probably bring additional baggage probably or luggage, and then you return back to your home country with additional kind of ole from here. Ladies and gentlemen, IEEE Computer Society is one of the biggest society in IEEE. As mentioned by Professor Gamantio, that IEEE, as part of Advances Humanity Tech Lines, we also provide a lot of kind of activity event to all of the members. Recently, we provided a lot of kind of workshop, and then also we have some tutorial to all of the members. And one of the activity that we provided is like this today, as part of the co-sponsor with the university to hold the conferences and seminars. Once again, the Computer Society actually already provide a lot of kind of, we call kind of a book, yeah, like a software engineering and machine learning books. As UNIKOM is one of the university that's showing as the technology IT-based university, I do believe that they will be collaborate very good in the future for the Computer Society. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to give appreciation and of course really great to all of the committee of Incitest, and hope the participant can enjoy in the 2 days conferences. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening speech and official inauguration of the conference will be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computer Science, Associate Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Herman S. Sugoto, MBA. The floor is yours, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us in this 6th International Conference on Informatics, Engineering, Science, and Technology. On behalf of Universitas Komputer Indonesia and the Conference Committee, it is indeed my pleasure to welcome you all to this conference. Thank you to Rector Universitas Komputer Indonesia, Professor Dr. Edi Suryanto Sugoto, all Vice Rector, all Dean, Directors, and Head Department, Conference Chair, Dr. Poni Sukaisi Kurniati, all Conference Committee, and all participants. Special thanks to Professor Dr. Ford Lumban Gaul from IEEE Computer Society Chair, Professor Gamantio Hendrantono, PhD, from IEEE Indonesian Section, all invited speakers, Professor Hiroyuki Ida from Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Professor Ahmad Hiasat, PhD from Princess Sumaya University, Jordan, Dr. Marwan Arubaye from Net Zero Analytics and Applied Members, Canada, Professor Hamid Hasanpur from Sahrut University Technology, Iran, and Han Maulana, PhD from Universitas Komputer Indonesia, for spending your valuable time and knowledge with all participants this morning. The theme of this conference is Research, Innovation for Sustainable Future. In line with this year's theme, we are expecting that the research findings to be presented by keynote speaker and all the researchers will provide new information and a positive impact on the advancement of science, technology, economic growth, and the well-being of society in present day and future time. Your contributions are expected to bring a positive outcome that will lead to a better future. The world can become better because of the knowledge development that is directed towards the improvement of human welfare. I want to thank everyone here for participating in this conference, which enable us to share ideas and research findings. Hope you enjoy the conference. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dr. Herman, please remain at the side. We would like to invite Dr. Poni Sukaisi Kurniati to join us on the stage. And we would like to also invite Professor Dr. Ford Lumban Gaul, SSE MCOM, to the stage as the representative of IEEE to receive the certificate of appreciation. And we also would like to ask Vice Rectors for Research and Cooperation, Associate Professor Dr. Agus Rianto, STMT CSBA, to come to the stage to deliver the certificate. Please remain outside, and we would like to kindly request Dr. Herman and Ibu Pani to officially open the inauguration of this conference by the resonating sound of the gong that shall signify the official inauguration of the conference. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your presence on the stage. Kindly please return to your respective seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Please return to your respective seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the smooth running of the conference, we will have a prayer recitation to be conducted by Cepi Nur Albar SS. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us pray according to our own beliefs and allow me to guide this prayer according to Islam. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Walakal hamdu bil Islam, walakal hamdu bil iman, walakal hamdu bil Quran, walakal hamdu bil qiyam, walakal hamdu bil khusyu, walakal hamdu bis sabr, walakal hamdu bit ta'at, walakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa azimi sultanik. Oh Allah, we praise you for the blessings and guidance that have allowed us to gather here for the International Conference Incitest in the year 2023. Oh Allah, all praise belongs to you, and none is worthy of worship except you. Please make this international conference a source of knowledge, unity, and a catalyst for our devotion and our work in your path. Oh Allah, please make this conference a gathering that is blessed by your presence and guided by your wisdom. Please bless this conference from the beginning to the end. Please grant us the health, strength, and capability to fulfill our responsibilities in this world. Ya Rahman, you are the most merciful and the most forgiving. Our sins are countless, but your mercy knows no bounds. So please, forgive our sins. Please, forgive the sins of our parents, our teachers, our leaders, and the sins of all of our brothers and sisters. Please, fill our heart with your love. Make our iman strong and make us worthy of your paradise. Please, remove from our hearts the love of everything that you don't love and make us an obedient servant of you. Oh Allah, please grant us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And with the knowledge that you have provided, please bestow us with the ability to help the poor and the needy. You are our Lord. None is worthy of worship except you. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas sami'ul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar wa qina azaban nar wa qina azaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin ya Allah ya Rabbal Alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now proceed to the main agenda, the plenary session from our distinguished keynote speakers. This session will be chaired by my dearest colleague, Dr. Salman Priyaji Maratana, and I will first read out his short CV. He is the head of the Department of Architecture Engineering at Universitas Komputer Indonesia. He earned his master degree from the Department of Architecture, Institut Teknologi Bandung in 2000, with a master thesis concerning pneumatic structure in architecture. Then he earned his doctoral degree from the same school in 2010 with research on architecture enculturation, which later became his main research interest. He shared his knowledge of enculturation through many conferences and seminars in Indonesia, Japan, China, South Korea, and several other countries. He has also authored 2 books on architecture-related topics, generously supported by Universitas Komputer Indonesia. And furthermore, he has also initiated promoting the Bike to Campus activity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome and join us in extending our warmest welcome, Dr. Salmon Priyaji Martana.
Thank you, Dr. Tawami, especially for mentioning the bike to work stuff, which is not officially at the script. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, selamat pagi, and also sampurasun. I can see you're already blend up in a Sundanese culture. I was planned to talk a little bit about Bandung, but fortunately, Dr. Ford has already mentioned some of them. Thank you, Dr. Ford. So we can jump into the main agenda. For the next 3 hours, we will enjoy the presentation of 5 of outstanding keynote speakers we have here. We will start with the first session of presentation, and we have Dr. Marwan Arubaye, and also we have Dr. Hanhan Maulana. I would like to invite Dr. Arubaye and Dr. Maulana to take place on the stage, please. Give applause to Dr. Arubaye and Dr. Maulana. We will start for the first presentation with Dr. Arubaye. I have scrutinized Dr. Arubaye's CV, and I can tell you that it's very, very long. Will take an hour to read, but fortunately, the committee has provided me with this short CV, and it is my duty now to introduce Dr. Arubaye to you. He's a biochemical engineering specialist with an engineering education background and applied research. He is one of the co-founders of the CDIO and project-based learning PBL in Malaysia. Currently, he is holding a founder and president at Net Zero Analytic Incorporated in Alberta, Canada, and is building energy efficiency specialist in Tamimi Engineering Consulting Limited, also in Alberta, Canada. He supervised many engineering students, establishing a chemical engineering department from zero to accreditation. And he has many publications. His involvement in carbon emission calculation and building energy simulation lab to reduce emission and generate saving to many organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, we will enjoy the presentation of Dr. Marwan. Let's give him a big applause. Dr. Marwan, you will have 25 minutes to present. I will be the timekeeper, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Flight membranes in US. I just flew from US and to present this, and I hope it's going to add value to this conference. Just to attract your attention on this, as I was presented just now, I am an engineer and I work as engineer. I was a lecturer and associate professor. So I have a combination of both theory, teaching to the youth, as well as applied in the field, the engineering. And nowadays is the global warming, and we can see the smoke or the haze in the environment. In my talk, there will be a little bit touch on this, and I hope it will contribute to solve some of those challenges that we have. To start, in fact, this is related to carbon emission and global warming. If you know that one milk cow can, when they eat, they burp and they produce methane gas, and that methane gas, it is more potent than the carbon dioxide, CO2. And it's about, in 1 year, growing a cow or raising a cow, it can contribute to almost 2 cars, standard emissions from exhaust of those cars. So this is something like how you try to link what this is how you try to link how the global warming or the carbon emission with applied or with situation, current situation, and the objective of this talk is to sustain and keep the emissions as minimum as possible, not ignoring the emissions. Landfill is another big contributor to the global warming as well. When I have the methane get generated from chemical reaction under the ground when we bury the garbage, and releasing methane gas, and that methane gas, it's 85 times more potent or more dangerous compared with the CO2. And we have seen this type of things, and we try to avoid it. We call it 20 years global warming potential. We will see it in the presentation slides. Touching on the drinking water and making drinking water or making the water accessible to the human beings that we are all in need, either from the river water or from seawater. We have some facts, like brackish water means something like water we cannot drink unless we treat it, like river water or mine water. Something like 6 kilograms of CO2 equivalent. We will see this CO2 equivalent frequently in this presentation slide. 6 kilograms, if it is from seawater, means we are getting salty water, and it is almost 2.5 kilograms as a maximum if it is from river water. So if it rains, we cannot drink that water right away when it gets into the river. If we filter it, we are going to spend less carbon impact on our environment when we treat the rainwater after we collect it in the reservoir or in the river. So this is just introduction to what we have as a beginning of this speech. Those systems, desalination systems that we build, again, it's not a marketing, it's just sharing with you my experience. This is what we built in California, US, and we operate it using power, and this power is electricity, and electricity is get generated by diesel generators or liquefied petroleum gas generators, and all will contribute to the global warming. So the less electricity means going to save our environment better. Two things, major things in this talk. One is about the carbon emission, and the other one is about water production. In the carbon emission, I did the research almost a month about Indonesia and about the carbon emission in Indonesia and what Indonesia is doing for addressing this. I hope I put the figures right, and definitely you can check it and you can feed me back later. We will talk about scopes. When we talk about carbon emissions and global warming, we have scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. It will be something like education session. I learned this almost 3 years ago, and I apply it. And I'm sure that once you start learning, then you will be master in it. Organic waste and the landfill also will be touched here. We try to minimize this by reusing our organic waste. And some numbers about Indonesia and trying to mitigate those global warming challenges. The second section of the keynote is about clean water accessibility and production. We will see something like reverse osmosis applied on two things. One is for the fresh water, like tap water. I apply reverse osmosis to get better water. And the second one, I just get it from the sea. I get seawater, push it in the system, and then get that water. In the reverse osmosis systems, we have also challenges. Some of the companies, they come to us and they say, can we get 1% less power consumption, and then we can get your systems? And others, they say that we try to minimize the plastic from the membrane rolls and from the spiral wounds. And we apply different techniques of doing it, and we save the environment, but by not using plastic. So this is another challenge for the manufacturer when they try to address the global warming part. So majorly for the renewable energy, I think most of you know about it. Like for example, in Indonesia, you are guys very good at geothermal. Geothermal energy, you are very good at it, and I will not talk about it. I'm talking about the biomass. So whatever we produce, food, paper, recycled cardboards, wood, treated wood to avoid it from getting rotten by the rain, all this can be considered as organic waste. And either we bury them in the landfill, or we opt to recycle them, and then we can generate power out of them, as well as we can reduce the emissions. This is COP26, and we have COP27 last year, and we are having COP28 this year. The 26 conclusion or decisions, we need to reduce the carbon to net zero by 2050. And we need to reduce methane by 30%. Now, methane is very important. It's a human-made methane that when we bury our garbage in the landfill, we are generating methane, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure about your landfills. Are they controlled, or they are just a hole and they bury them and then they leave it to the environment to take care of it? They are completely different. One of them, it is under control and we can control the amount of methane emission. The other one is not under control, and you will see some of the pollution happening in some of the slides here. When I talk about global warming, we talk about the carbon global warming potential, GWP. For the CO2, worldwide, it's standardized as 1, whether it is 20 years or 100 years. For the methane that I am referring to, it is its life in the molecular, chemical engineer, the molecular stability, the molecule stability in the atmosphere is 12 years. And when we calculate its lifetime in the 20 years, it is 56 times the methane, the CO2. And some of the references, they use it as 85 times, not 56. Most of the standards, they use it for 100 years, but practically it is not going, the molecule will not last 100 years. It will stay in the atmosphere, generate the global warming for 12 years, then it will get dissociated. Some of the materials is the freon gas. We call it freon gas. It's coming from the air conditioning of your cars or buildings. You see how many times it's potent compared with the CO2. Example, for the 134A, that you can go to the spare part shop and you can buy a can of it. You fill your car, and then the rest of it probably is going to get wasted to the environment. 1 gram of it, it is something will give us something like 3,400 grams of equivalent of CO2. So this is how important when we have a leak of freon gas from the cars. Some of the gases here, they are used by electrical engineers, and I believe that you will be one of them in the future, in the near future, for preventing the arcing in the high tension power, which I was told. I don't know about it. So as output from this, 85 times methane is 85 times more dangerous than the CO2, and we call it carbon CO2 equivalent. When we talk about the scopes, imagine this university, you have operation and you have cars to operate, and these cars, they need the fuel, bring people in, bring people out, buses of example, and this one we call it scope 1. We go to the accountant, we say how much you spent fuel in the year, we calculate the carbon emission coming from the fuel by calculating the conversion factor, and then we get that carbon very easy, straightforward. Scope 2 is much easier. We go again to the accountant and we get the bills, electric bills for this building, and then we calculate how much if you have hydro to generate electricity, or if you are using the gas, the natural gas to generate electricity, or using diesel to generate it. It depends on your city, and then you can calculate it how many carbon emissions your university emitting per year. So this is one added value, or one added number. The most important part and the most difficult part, and the one that's helping us to adjust my carbon calculation or carbon counting, it's the scope 3, which it is, we call it supply chain. You invited the lecturer, and this lecturer used a plane, and this plane took 5 kilogram or 5 metric tons of methane gas to bring the lecturer in, whereby you opt to have a virtual meeting with other lecturer to reduce on emissions for your university. So how much you spend carbon emission, this is not money, this is carbon emission. So how much you spend to bring in materials to your organization, this is the arrow. This arrow is whatever we bring it in to the organization, and that arrow when we finish from it. Example, we have lunch and we have paper plates, and we are going to throw them. Paper plates are good to the environment, but if they go to the landfill, they will generate methane gas. So if we have a recycle for them, that is very good. And your university, for example, contracted with somebody can take the paper from you and recycle it. Then this is going to add to your accounting in your university. So almost 80% of the carbon emission coming from scope 3. So you will hear scope 1, 2, 3 based on those definitions here. Another representation, when we say net zero, means we try to bring the emission to zero. Either we have example end of the year in your university, you are emitting 100 ton of carbon. Either you try to minimize it to 80, 50 or whatever, or you go to the market and you buy carbon credit to equate it. At the end, you are going to pay from your pocket, and you are going to work hard to reduce your payments. Plus, you are going to save your environment that you and your kids going to live there. Again, supply chain for the scope 3, whatever coming to the building, we call it upstream. This is chemical engineering term. Whatever going out from the building, simply we call it garbage. It's not necessarily to be garbage. For example, if we manufacture chips, computer chips, and we are going to sell it. So are we going to send it by sea or send it by a plane or whatever? Each one of it has its carbon impact. Landfills, my focus on this, it's taking something like 18% from the methane emission. Means when we bury the garbage inside the landfill, we are getting emissions of the methane, and this is about 18% of the total methane emission. Of course, each year is different. There is a year quoted there. If you get the up-to-date, it might be different number. So the 18%, when we go to do some math, some calculations, that 18%, the number, it's multiplied by 8.8 to convert it to the equivalent of CO2. So 1 kilogram of, we call it decomposable waste. 1 kilogram of that waste that it can get degraded in the landfill will give us 8 kilograms of CO2. So imagine you have 1 ton of the paper plates, and then that 1 ton will give you 8 tons of CO2 when it gets buried and it gets methane start getting emitted. This is some of the companies now available on database or online. You can see carbon emission or methane emission from landfills. And you can see that this landfill particularly it is emitting the methane, they use the certain thermal cameras to calculate the flow of it, and they calculated the flow. These ones available in Indonesia, in Canada, in United States, in Jakarta, in Pakistan as well, sorry. So if you can do your investigation, you will find many of those spots, which it is not required. We don't want this. Land and agriculture. When we try to minimize our global warming, to minimize it to 1.5 degrees, and we try to minimize the burning of the trees. Now, simply we can say it, but when we apply it, it's difficult. We have thoughts, some research thoughts that we generate some biofuel from the trees. So we cut the tree, we don't burn it, we put it in our reactor, pyrolysis reactor, and we put some catalyst, and we heat it from another tree that we burn it under that reactor, and we generate a fuel. So imagine you have a truck moving inside the forest, and it is burning, and controlled burning, and then generating drums of fuel instead of you generate smoke. So we had this type of research with Taylor's. I was with Taylor's University with Dr. Abdul Karim, as well as UPM from Malaysia, and we didn't finish it. So we have two phenomena like pyrolysis and gasification. We can think of, the youth, especially the youth can think of it. So we have fires in the trees as well as in the peatland as well, if we can try to avoid it. This is the cow part or the agriculture part that I have, if I can minimize my, I did some calculations here, if you can see. I calculated how many cows available to make milk in Indonesia, and I calculated what each cow produce of methane. And by the way, we can use type of seaweed to feed in their diet to minimize this. Example, if we can minimize it into half, you already achieve a big number. You just divide whatever number there by half. This is your mitigation, and it is already good. So we need to think about it. And how to think about it, we need to start from the university. We old people, we thought and we try to do, but the young youth is the people, the key here. When we have organization, let us say university or government, they have some certain targets to achieve, and they need to work hard to achieve them. They need to be very clear and achievable. Of course, long-term targets, achieving the net zero emission. You may not reach to the zero, but you are working to achieve it. Then, from time to time, you need to repeat your carbon life cycle to the product that some other achievements or contribution from the government of Indonesia. You can see some reduction in the in the conditional targets, like we get funds from outsiders to let us do this project, or the government of Indonesia can fund it without external funds. Some reduction of, some enhancement of those numbers. Your president already established this, the exchange market for the carbon. So whoever has extra carbon, they can sell it for a price of $2 per ton of CO2. In Canada, we started with 50 Canadian dollar per 1 ton, and it is rising with time. Carbon session is over. Now water session. We have, to generate the desalination plant, we have a few parameters to consider. Operating conditions, temperature, pressure, and feed quality, of course. Membrane rejection, whether you need the rejection to be ultra pure for the chip cleaning, or just pure for human to consume. And of course, the power consumption for the entire system. Membrane development, I was talking about the membrane spacing, we call it, or shortly we call it VEXAR. Some of the development that we are eliminating this plastic materials, and we are adding some type of turbochargers to reduce the power consumption and the power of pumping in the membrane systems. I can talk more about others, but I don't think I will have the time to do it. Net zero analytics, again, this is not marketing, but this is what I was doing for the previous 3 years. This is myself and Dr. Abdul Karim. We are doing it together internationally. We can supervise research or projects for research projects in the universities as well. We have a carbon non-profit organization, carbon market as well. So once we calculate the carbon scope 1, 2, 3, we put it there and to the people that they can buy it from this organization. This is the company that I am with currently in California, and we are producing those membranes. Converting the biomass into useful product, in Canada we need heat, so we are converting it into heat. We convert it in biomass, and we don't use fuel, so we use it as a fuel. And this is fuel. This is carbon neutral. Our fuel is carbon neutral, coming from our garbage. We applied to one of the jails for the government, and they were very happy with our product. We invented 2 machines, in fact, to do this. Other projects that we are recycling the rubber tires, that they call it end-of-life tire. We recycle it into, not we, in fact, other company that we did calculations to them, to the walls, as well as oil rig mats. Conclusion, I conclude this is we build on the youth to learn more about the carbon emissions and carbon accounting, and the youth will help us to mitigate whatever type of pollution that we have. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much.
A very fruitful presentation from Dr. Arubaye. Please, big applause again. And we will continue to the next keynote speakers, Dr. Hanhan Maulana, our friends and colleagues. Dr. Hanhan Maulana is a lecturer and head of Department of Informatics Engineering Study Program in the Universitas Komputer Indonesia. He obtains a bachelor degree in the same study program where he works now, the Informatics Engineering Study Program, Universitas Komputer Indonesia, in 2011. In 2012, he took a master degree through the double degree program at the Universitas Komputer Indonesia and Yongsan University, South Korea, and graduated in 2014. and he received a PhD at the School of Knowledge Science, Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, JAIST, in 2022, with the dissertation titled Research on a Geographic Information System, GIS, to assist farmers in making a decision regarding commodity selection and land evaluation. His research interests include human-computer interaction, HCI, GIS, AR, VR, multimedia, and IoT system, especially IoT for agriculture and sports. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, Dr. Hanhan Maulana.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. In today's presentation, I will talk about one of my research entitled Enhancing the Game Engine, the Power of Game Engine, a new way to developing and presenting interactive map. Okay, for the content of presentation, of course, I will start with background and research question, and then the method, and last I will explain the conclusion and future work of my research. Okay, we start from a map. So what is the map? The map is a representation of the word or a space in the word. So usually is in on a flat surface. For example, like a table also, no, and then paper, and then so on. The map is usually visualize the graphical content, Okay, and then what is the problem? There is some kind of problem in the digital map. Is different with the normal web map in the paper. The digital map or GIS currently is generally a computer-based system. What is the problem? The problem is the people, especially in Indonesia, not everyone in Indonesia have a capability to operate the computer. It means they cannot use the GIS effectively. And then GIS usually have a complex user interface. It's like the GIS is only for expert. Yeah, because the current GIS is only focused on providing information, but for something like interaction and then graphical content and so on is sometimes is like not needed like that. So this is the current general map visualization. For example, this first image is map of the land suitability for some commodity in Luoyi district in Vietnam. For example, this orange one is for the suitability for rice, and then acacia, cassava, banana, and other commodity like this. So, of course, this is the interesting map, and this will be well understood with the expert. And the second one, the second image, is the land suitability map for the crop commodity in Sumatra, like this. It's from 3D, so it's more like have altitude property, so it's like a real map. But yeah, the problem is this map is enough to present the real world like that. So I will move to another term. There is game engine. The game engine is a software that primarily make for develop the video game like that. Not only video game, but also the content of the video game like that. So this is the game engine that primarily used in the computer science like that. We have the most popular one like Unity 3D, and then Unreal Engine, and then some like Godot and so on. There is a lot of game engine that can be used to make some video game like that. So this is the data that in 2022, the Unity 3D is most of the used game engine in the world. Like that. So the second one is Unreal Engine. Other is not belong to one game engine, but a lot of game engine. So I will take the Unreal Engine is the second one. And then this is the map in game. So if we can see this kind of map, you can see this map in game engine is more real, and then with high graphic, and then give a lot of information about the land like that. So the problem is before the problem, this is the differentiation between the map on the game and then map on GIS, like that. So of course, this user interface is enough for providing information, and then a little complex because it is for expert. And then if we compare with the map that produced with game engine, of course, it's more beautiful, I think, like that. So this is map from San Andreas game. So in my motivation is why we didn't make some GIS application or map application with the game engine capability like that. So the problem is the game engine did not have a projection or coordinate system. We already know this is the map of Indonesia, and then every part of Indonesia, region of Indonesia, have his own UTM zone. For example, if I want to make Bali Island map, and then I will use not correct projection or coordinate system. For example, I will use 48S. So maybe the Bali Island will move to Japan, South Java, not West Java area, like that. So this is the important thing. So this is the weakness of the game engine. But today, this weakness can be solved by adding some extension. So there is some extension for game engine that make the game engine have a capability to make the coordinate or spatial system like that. So this is one of example for Unity 3D. This one we have Mapbox for Unity 3D. This is add-on, so it is enable Unity 3D to have a coordinate system. And then this is the extension for Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine. Unity 3D is free open source, so this not need to pay license. But for the Unreal Engine, because it is the licensed game engine, we need to pay to adding the Koala to Unreal Engine like that. So my research question is how to create an interactive map by utilizing game engine capability, and then how to enhance game engine capability to present and map, and then how to design interaction scene to that map, so that map is become more interactive. So I proposed the framework. This framework is adopted by from the user-centered design, UCD framework. So this is my framework. Start from requirement analysis. In requirement analysis, we have analysis user and designing use case and so on. And then the next step is data gathering. Now, the difference is what we need to gather in the data gathering process. We need to make, of course, this framework is specific for making GIS or mapping system. So we need to manage map layer here, and then we should manage the geo content layer, and then we should integrate the map layer. And then the third step is designing map representation. Because if we want to make some 3D map, we should have textual content, and then map itself, and then imagery layer, and then terrain content. And then we also need to design a map collider. What is collider for? The collider is for the trigger. If we want to make some interaction to map element, we need some trigger. The trigger is collider, like that. And then after the map and attribute visualization, we need map interaction design, how the user will interact with the map, and then building a prototype, like that. So this is my proposed framework for making a map using game engine. So this is for requirement analysis. Of course, it is important to know who are our user, and then we can use this kind of tools. The first image is empathy map to know how the people feel, and then this tool is user persona to analyze the user, like that. And then this is the data gathering and integration process. I will describe how to make process in Unity 3D. First, we have raster data format in TIA format, and then vector data in shapefile or AHP format, and then we have to editing it. And then after that, we should upload to Mapbox tileset. Mapbox tileset is stored in cloud. So after the Mapbox tileset stored in cloud, the layer will be integrated with Mapbox with Unity. That's the add-on for Unity, Mapbox for Unity. So this is the example how I manage the layer in the Mapbox cloud. So we can add the layer, and then we can customize the layer, and then which layer that show in which zoom level and so on, like that. So this is the Mapbox Unity Cloud. And then for map visualization, we have 3 main layer structure. First is terrain layer. This one. Terrain layer, it have altitude property. So if we want to make 3D, the altitude property is ready on terrain layer. So it's easy to make 3D map like that. And then the second one is imagery layer. Imagery layer usually is the tile set that wrap the terrain layer. So we can choose a lot of imagery layer to make our map is more interesting in design, like that. And then for the information, of course, we have a vector layer. It depends on if we need for suitability land, for example, for agriculture. Of course, we will need the temperature layer, humidity layer, and other layer, like that. Now, in vector layer, we have collider. We have collider for the show the information. For example, here I need inspector modifier. Inspector modifier is if we want choose one area in the map, the information will show up in the dialog box or something like that. And also highlight modifier. For example, if I choose one area, and then the area will be highlighted like that. So there's a lot of modifier that can be used in Unity 3D actually for make some interactive map like that. And this is for interaction. For interaction, of course, because the Unity 3D is support multi-platform development. So for interaction, we have a lot of kind of interaction. For example, with mouse or with gesture in mobile is also available like that. So this is the resulting map. This is the map in 3D, and then this is in two-dimensional map. And this is also if we want to make some augmented reality map, also is possible like this. This is I use plant detection, so the map will be shown as long as we have flat area like table or floor or any flat area. And then other type to visualize the map. For example, this is another my research. I have 11 DEM raster file from Indonesia Geoportal, and then I clip it with the Bandung maps, and then the DMM file, I will convert it into 3D object, and then I will convert it into STL file. This is the STL file. And then for make some like printed 3D map, I divide the map into 11 pieces. It's because the palette from the 3D map printer is only 50 to 50 centimeter. So if I want to make some map with 1 meter inside, for example, I should divide it into like puzzle, like this. And then after I divide it one per one pieces, I import it into slicer to proceed the 3D map like this. So finally, I have this 3D map, printed 3D map. And then how to show the information? I make some system using projector and then Kinect deep camera. This is for detect the surface, and then the computer to control the visualize of the map. Okay, this is in Unity 3D, so I prepare the map using the same framework, and then I mount the Kinect into the projector, and then this is the calibration, the detect surface. This is also calibration process, and what's the result? The result is, this is the spatial augmented reality map. So I have the printed 3D map, like this, the printed 3D map, and then the information of player will be shown from projector, like this. So this is how I visualize the map in the real 3D object. So for evaluation, of course, I use two kind of method. First is performance test, and then the second is user acceptance test. Okay, and then this is the result of performance test. I have 12 tasks to do for the system, and then task 1, task 7, task 9, and task 11. It is for the load data from map cloud. So of course, if we load to the data from the cloud, the device capability, admin specification, and internet specification is have some big effect for it. So this is how the the response time. Response time is longer when the map is loading from the cloud. It means the performance of 3D map is depend on two things. First is the hardware specification, and then the second is internet connection speed. And then this is the user response. If I have 15 experts and then 25 novice, so this is the result. If we can see, there is no answer about disagree or strong disagree. Everyone is strong agree and agree that the map produced by game engine is more interactive and more have some rich information on that. So this is my conclusion. We have found that game engine is powerful engine for creating maps. So not only GIS software, but also game engine also can use for creating a maps. And then we take advantage of Unity 3D capability in customized virtual environment to make map. We use the map extension to cover the weakness the game engine that does not have projection or coordinate system. My proposed framework has two benefits. For the map developer, it can make it easier to make the map, and then for the user, it's more, the map can increase the usability of the map. Like that. Furthermore, this framework can make more attractive and informative map. The map will become dynamic and easier to use. For the future work, I still actually work on spatial augmented reality, and then in the future, I should implement the hand or gesture detection on spatial augmented reality. And then for the augmented reality maps, I want to make some collaborative map. So it means if I have some community, and then everyone is hold his device, and then everyone will interact with the same map. That's the collaboration augmented reality that I work on. Okay, this is some of my reference. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maulana. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to enter the session of discussion. We have actually 10 to 15 minutes. And if there's any question from you of the floor, please raise your hands. Also mention your name, institutions, and to whom the question is addressed for. Okay. We will start with three questions. And the committee will help me to deliver the microphone to you. Okay. No question? Or you just need some time to set up the question to Dr. Maulana and Dr. Marwan? Well, if you do not have one, this is my privilege to to ask to the keynote speakers. Dr. Maulana, actually, to be honest, I am a gamer and very, very amazed with your presentation. Is it possible to to apply the map of UNIKOM and Sekeloa surround to your research? And perhaps we can enjoy something like Street Fighters and Mortal Kombat with the background of UNIKOM and Sekeloa.
Yeah. Of course, that's the point. So why we need to combine the real world with the game? Because the interesting part is, if we want to adventure in the game, we always have a virtual map, right? Not in real world map. So if we combine the capability of game engine to make the map, and then with the coordinate system, it means we can import the real world map to the game. So of course, some days we can change the, for example, GTA San Andreas to GTA.
Is
Like
that
that.
really possible?
Really possible.
Yeah. I will look forward to our research, yeah? I'll do the architecture.
Of course.
You do the computer stuff. Okay.
Okay.
Back to the floor. Okay. Please, the committee, hand it over the microphone. Please, ma'am, your name, institution, and also to whom the question is addressed for.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Marwan, for the interesting keynote speaker and also Dr. Han. My name is Wiwit Virganti. I'm actually an Indonesian, but I've been teaching in Malaysia for a few years. I'm from University Malaysia Terengganu. Actually, I would like to address my question to Dr. Marwan. It's such an interesting talk actually about sustainability. I've seen that you have been working in Malaysia for quite some time, right? And then you moved to Canada and work in the US. And then I think you have experience, I mean, you have researched all this sustainability solution to control the methane, right? Just now you share. I would like you to share maybe what kind of solution that you have applied over there that can be applied here in Indonesia and Malaysia. Indonesia and Malaysia, I mean, like almost the same, right? But maybe due to the dense population in Indonesia, maybe it's a bit challenging. So maybe based on your experience, have been working in Malaysia, you can share what can be implemented. I mean that solution to control methane in US and Canada that we can implement here. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bu Wiwit from the UMT. Another question? Okay, we will start with the question from Ibu Wiwit of the UMT. How's the proposed solution according to your experience in Indonesia and Malaysia?
Thank you very much for the question. Many things we can, I always share this with my students or my trainee that I train them. We learn from others. And this is a very good question, in fact. Why we want to reinvent the wheel here in Indonesia, whereby we do have already applied somewhere else the technology, for example. One of them we did for the soldier camp, consists of 150 soldiers, and we were asked to use the waste and minimize the carbon emission as well as minimize the fuel supplied to this camp. And we used a system that take the waste, start from the food waste for that 150 person and convert it into energy that we heat the campus, and we minimize the number of calories or number of gallons used to heat that particular campus. We moved further. We said, let us do it much better, of thinking of generating electricity from that heat. We didn't go to the turbine, as there is efficiency reduction, drastical efficiency reduction, but we thought of the, they call it microchip, that one side is hot, the other side is cold, and it can generate power. We reached to that level, but we didn't continue it. Probably you guys, as a hot environment, you can practice this. You generate heat from the fuel, biofuel, and then you try to use that heat somewhere else. Either generate pyrolysis to generate a fuel using a catalyst, or you generate electricity out of it. This is one example, and I do have many other more. Probably later on we can talk about it.
How's that, Bu Wiwit? Oh. No, it's okay. The microphone is behind.
Thank you. The challenge is, Doctor, because Indonesia and Malaysia are crude oil producer. So, I mean, one side we want to reduce the consumption of fossil fuel, of course, right? But then the other side, of course, fossil fuel is one of the major contribution to the income of the countries. So how to deal with this? Because of course, I mean, like maybe I'm not sure because I never live in US. US also all crude oil producer, right? I mean, there are a lot of oil companies there. Then they also want to sell the fuel. I mean, seem like maybe the same like war. War is a big business because some countries they produce weapons, right? So they create war. I mean, that's like another thing. So in one side we want to control the use of fossil fuel, but the other side we want to reduce the methane, right? As you said before. Then how we can deal with this? I mean, of course it's a big problem because we have to deal with policies, you know. So I mean, so many things. Maybe you can suggest something. Thank you, Doctor. This will be the end of my question. No more questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We worked on treated wood, that it's treated with the chemicals, and we wanted to burn it using a gasification system that it generates syngases, and in the syngases we burn it, clean burn, to generate energy, generate heat. We were stopped because those chemicals they treated the wood with, they will get emitted to the environment, and it is not healthy. So we are asked to have a process to get to scrub this poison chemicals that we treat the wood with. My answer to you, you do have a lot of biomass, trees, peatlands. If you use this as a fuel, this is carbon neutral fuel already. You do not burn them. This is my personal approach. You do not burn them. You gasify them, and you will get all the energy you need without taking any, or with reducing the fossil fuel that you are just appear in your question. It just appear in your question. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marwan. Any other question from the floor? I can see Pak Irawan from here. Perhaps Dr. Sugoto want to add something? Okay. Oh.
Thank you.
Abdul Rahman Al-Obaidi, please. The committee, hand over the microphone to... Oh, okay. Oh, from the floor. Yes. Please, sir. Your name, institution, and to whom the question is addressed for.
Thank you for the opportunity you give me. My name is Mumbere Kayangere Makle. I'm a student here in UNIKOM. I want to ask this to lecturer Pa Hanan. What strategy can we apply as students to train more in geographical information systems so that we can improve our skill in this area? Thank you.
Dr. Maulana.
Okay, thank you for the question. For the improve, how we should we learn first? I think it's the important thing. We already know that if we want to make some geographical application, we need to aware to kind of data. First is tabular data, and second is spatial data. And then what is tabular data? Tabular data is the data like show it in a table like that. But another data is spatial data. The spatial data is the data that have some kind of direction or location or coordinate and so on. So that's two important data is a more important thing. And then after that, try to use such kind of GIS software. The open source software is available now. For example, QGIS, or you can also have a licensed GIS engine. For example, ArcGIS and so on. There is a lot of software that can be used. And then after that, if you want to learn about 3D map, of course, you need to learn about modeling, because from the digital elevation model or DEM file, we can convert it into 3D with the altitude property that I mentioned in my presentation. After that, maybe we need to use development software that can be used. For example, one of them is game engine, Unity, or another game engine or another GIS software. That's for me.
Thank you, and I believe we have a very limited time, so perhaps this is the last question from Professor Al-Obaidi.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marwan and Dr. Hanan. Sorry. So I have actually two questions, one for Dr. Marwan and one for Dr. Hanan. First question to Dr. Marwan. You mentioned in your presentation about buying carbon credits, correct? So can you just briefly explain how this will benefit, for example, companies, institution, or even country, or globally, how this will help to reduce the carbon emission? And can I, for example, as a person, buy a credit, and how this will benefit me?
Thank you very much. As a company owner, I want to minimize my payment. It is same as a tax concept. I want to minimize my tax to the government. End of the year, the government will come to me and ask me how much carbon emission my company did, and I need to pay the government that carbon tax. Now I can do other things. I go to the marketplace that I presented in Indonesia. They verify that some companies, they are this is example, they are planting trees, and each tree, it emits that, it consumes that much of CO2, and if I plant one tree for 11 years, I will have this much of CO2 emitted. So my company, planting a tree company, will have a credit to sell to you. You are the emitter, and you want to either pay the government or buy credit from that tree company and show the government that whatever you emit during that year, you compensate it to make it zero with that credit. So government example asking you $2 to pay, whereby that verified, this is very important, verified credits, it's $1.50 they're selling you per ton. Then which one is cheaper? Don't pay that $2 to the government marketplace, but buy it from another company that it is selling you half $0.50 cheaper than the government what is selling. This is your benefit. At the same time, it clicks to your mind, how I reduce it? And then you start work hard. Okay, I emitted that much of carbon from this process. What shall I do to minimize it? And then it will keep the ball rolling. Yeah.
Thank you, very clear. And for Dr. Hanan, you mentioned in your presentation about future work, right? You mentioned about hand gesture, right? Can you tell me what is the connection between mapping and hand gesture? Because this is your future work. I thought that you still continue, okay, working on mapping, okay? But you suddenly changed to this one. I know both under computer, okay? But is there any connection between these two?
Of course. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Why I should use hand gesture? Because if you see in my spatial augmented reality, the surface of the map will be detected by Kinect deep camera, and then the map information will visualize on the projector, from the projector. And then what the related with the hand gesture? For example, if we want to make more interactive to the map, it means I need some tools for the interaction. If I use the current like mouse or anything like gesture or something, it will not be applicable to the SAR system because the information itself is from projector, not from PC. Like that. So if I make some gesture recognition or hand recognition, so the camera will also detect my hand gesture, for example, and then the interaction of the map, for example, change the layer and showing the information can be used by hand gesture.
So I understand that you actually want to find other means to improve the mapping, right?
Yes.
Among them is the hand gesture, correct?
Yeah.
All right, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have reached the end of our discussion session, and let's give a big applause to Pak Han and Dr. Marwan. We will enter the second session of presentation, and I believe we will enjoy this online from first of our keynote speakers, Professor Ahmad Hiasat. He's already prepared in the background. I will introduce Professor Hiasat for you. He received the Bachelor and Master of Science degree in Electrical Engineering from the University of Jordan and the PhD degree in the System Engineering from Auckland University, Rochester in 1995. He then joined the Princess Sumaya University of Technology in Amman, Jordan. He has been a full professor since 2005. He served as a department head, dean, and vice president. Seconded from the PhD, he served as the chairman and the CEO of the Telecommunication Regulatory Commission in Jordan during 2006 and 2010, and as chairman and CEO of the Energy Regulatory Commission of Jordan during 2011 and 2012. His research interests include computer arithmetic, residue number system, digital median filters, and for two successive years, 2020 and 2022, he was ranked among the world's top 2% of scientists based on Stanford University and Elsevier classification. Please big applause to Professor Ahmad Hiasat.
Recording in progress.
Professor Hiasan, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you, Dr. Salih. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين. Please allow me to thank the conference organizers and UNIKOM University for inviting me to be part of this scientific event. It is a pleasure and honor to be one of the people who will be speaking in this conference. Of course, I'll start sharing my screen with you. It's already there. My speak, well, I'm interested in computer arithmetic. Shall I share my screen? Yes. My talk will be about residual number systems or system potentials and challenges. Of course, all of us know that we as people use what's called decimal number system. And when it comes to machines and computers, we use binary number systems or binary number system. These numbers and other number systems are called weighted number systems. The unconventional non-weighted number system is called residual number system. I'll go over history, importance of residual number system, fundamental concepts in the residual number system, conversion, conventional complex RNS, difficult arithmetic operations, and applications. Well, history. When we talk about the residual number system, the ancient study of the residual number system begins with a verse from a 3rd century book, Swan Ching by Sun Tzu. I hope I did spell that right or pronounce it right. It's like a puzzle. I mean, we have things of which we don't know the number. If we count them by 3, the remainder is 2. If we count them by 5, the remainder is 3. If we count them by 7, the remainder is 2. Well, the number is 23. If you count them by 3, the remainder is 2. If you count them by 5, the remainder is 3. And if you count them by 7, the remainder is 2. Of course, it's 23 or any multiple of the 3 of multiplying the 3 numbers, 3, 5, and 7. Multiplying 3 with 5 with 7, that produces 105. So the number we are talking about that produces these remainders is 23 plus 105 or multiples of 105, which is the product of 3, 5, and 7. Well, this is best known as Chinese remainder theorem. Well, what's good about residual number system? Simply stated, it's a carry-free system that performs addition, subtraction, and multiplication as parallel operations. Meaning, when you do add like a 5-bit number to a 5-bit number, when you add a 5-bit number, we are adding the A's to the B's as 5-bit numbers. Then we have like a sum carry, sum and carry, sum and carry, sum and carry. So that propagates through the whole number of bits. Now in computers, if we are dealing with, say, 128 or 256 bits, then the carry has to propagate through 256 bits. However, when it comes to residual number system, the 256 bits are divided, the 256 bits are divided into smaller word lengths. So there is no carry between those smaller word lengths, although there is a carry within the word length itself. How do we define a residual number system? Usually, a set of relatively prime numbers is referred to as a moduli set. We refer to it as capital M. We have like M1, M2, up to ML. We have like L moduli within this set, where the greatest common divider is 1. Those are relatively prime. The greatest common divisor among each pair is 1. We also define what we call the dynamic range, DR, which is the product of M1 times M2 times M3 up to ML. Any positive integer has a unique L-tuple representation given by, suppose I want to represent X in residual number system, I represent it with X1, which is the remainder when dividing capital X by M1. I define it also with X2, which is the remainder when dividing capital X with M2 up to XL, which is the remainder when dividing X by ML, modulus ML. The same thing applies to representation of any other integer y. So y is represented by y1, y2 up to yn. For instance, I'm just giving a very simple example. Suppose I have a moduli set that consists of 2 prime numbers, relatively prime. M1 is 3 and M2 is 5. So the dynamic range is 15. For instance, I can represent the numbers from 0 up to 14. Since I have a dynamic range of 15, then I can represent numbers from 0 up to 14. For instance, 0 is represented by 0, 0. 1 is represented by 1, 1. 2 is represented by 2, 2. 3 is represented by 0, 3. Why it's 0, 3? Because when I divide 3 by 3, the remainder is 0. However, when I divide 3 by 5, the remainder is 3. When I come to 14, when I divide 14 by 3, the remainder is 2. When I divide 14 by 5, the remainder is 4. Of course, if I go to a wider dynamic range, which is three moduli, 3, 4, and 5, so the dynamic range is 3, 4, 5, 3 times 4 times 5, which is 60. Okay, so I can represent correctly all integers from 0 up to 59. So the representation of 0 is 0, 0, 0. The representation of 95 is 2, 3, 4. Well, somebody might ask, well, what is the point here? Well, if you want to represent 60 in a binary number, if you want to represent 60 in a binary number, then you need 6 bits. However, when you represent it using the moduli 3, 4, and 5, then you represent x1 using 2 bits, x2 using 2 bits, and x3, 3 bits. So rather than dealing with a word length of 6 bits, now we deal with word lengths of 2 bits, 2 bits, 3 bits, where there is no carry between the modulus of 3 to the modulus of 4 to the modulus of 5. For example, again, 95 is represented by 2, which is the remainder of dividing 95 by 3. 95 is represented, the second digit is 3, which is the remainder of dividing 95 by 4, and 4 is the third digit where it is obtained by dividing 95 by 59, sorry, by 5. Of course, we can still represent signed representation. I mean, it doesn't have to be all positive. We can represent negative numbers as well. Again, like in the previous moduli set, when we represent numbers from 0 to 59 using the moduli set 3, 4, 5, now we can represent numbers from minus 30 to 29. I mean, we have shifted the dynamic range, half of it, into the negative axis. For instance, if I'm dealing with the 3 and 4, then I can represent numbers up to 12 numbers, which is from 12 numbers. Half of it will be in the negative domain, half of it will be 0 plus the positive domain. So I can represent minus 6 up to 5. Those are 12 numbers, which is the product of 3 and 4. Minus 6 is the remainder when dividing minus 6 by 3. Minus 6 is the remainder when dividing minus 6 by 4, and so on. Again, I'm representing x with using residual number system with x1, x2 up to xl, y with y1, y2, yl. Now, when I want to do an addition, subtraction, or multiplication, if I want to do addition, subtraction, or multiplication, then I do an addition. Suppose I want to start with addition and I want to add x to y, then I just add x1 to y1 separately, independently from adding x2 to y2 separately and independently from adding x3 to y3 and so on. I can do the same process if I want to do the subtraction and multiplication. What's good about that when I add x1 to y1, there is no carry that propagates to the second digit, and there is no carry that propagates from the second digit to the third digit, and so on and so forth, meaning that I'm running addition, subtraction, or multiplication on individual digits in parallel without having a carry or a carry propagation, or without having a carry that propagate from one digit to the other. Of course, this is what I've been talking about. Z1 is obtained from doing an operation between x1, y1 modulus m1. Z2 is obtained by doing an operation of addition, subtraction, or multiplication between x2 and y2 modulus m2, and so on. For example, if I want to add 13, of course, I'm using moduli set 3, 4, and 5, 3, 4, and 5, and I want to add 13, which has the representation 1, 1, 3, 9, which has the representation 0, 1, 4, then I add 1 to 0, the result is 1. 1 to 1, the result is 2. 3 to 4, modulus is 7. This is 3, 4, this is 2. Okay, well, this is by mistake, this should be 2. I'm sorry about that. The same thing if I'm doing subtraction. 13 minus 9, I say 1 minus 0, 1 minus 1, and 3 minus 4. Of course, this is the subtraction process. And if I want to do a multiplication between 3 and 9, for example, I multiply the 0 with 0, 3 with 1, 3 with 4. This is with modulus 3, this is with modulus 4, and this is with modulus 5. Well, if using the residue number system is so good that we don't have carry from a digit to the other, and the main arithmetic operations, addition, subtraction, and multiplication, are performed in parallel on all digits, how come it's not being used in general purpose computers? Well, the reason is that, like, we have difficult operations in residue number system. They are time consuming. They undermine the process if we wanna use residue number system in general computers. What are these difficult operations? Reverse conversion, meaning if I'm dealing with residue number system and I wanna convert it back to binary, this is called a reverse conversion. This is a difficult operation. Actually, if you have a processor that is dealing with residue number system, it will do all the computations, addition, subtraction, multiplication, but at the end of the day, you need to convert the values in residue number system into binary so it can be understood with other machines and dealt with other people and machines. Of course, this is the first difficulty. The other difficulty is sign detection. Suppose I did kind of subtraction. I want to detect the result. Is the result positive or negative? I subtracted, I mean, A and B, assume both A and B are both positive numbers, and I want to perform A minus B using residue number system. I cannot tell by just looking at the number or the result of subtraction whether the result is positive or negative. That was easier in binary number system because you are dealing probably with sign magnitude representation, because you are dealing with 2's complement notation, whatever. Or so in numbers in binary number system, it was easy to tell whether the result is positive or negative upon performing subtraction. However, this is not the case with the residue number system. And based on that, magnitude comparison. If you want to compare two different values, A and B, to find out who's bigger, is it A, is it B, are they equal? That's probably, that implies a subtraction process, whether it's in binary or residue number system. So you want to compare two values, you have to do subtraction process. Again, once doing the subtraction process in binary number system, you can look at the sign bit and tell whether the result is positive and negative, and tell who's greater, A, B, or they are equal. However, this is not as easy in residue number system. Of course, division is a difficult operation. Scaling, meaning scaling, you want to divide with predetermined values. And overflow detection. Overflow detection is a difficult operation. So, what I'm saying, I'm trying to say that residue number system is a nice, wonderful number system to deal with, as long as we are dealing with what? Addition, subtraction, and multiplication. But if our application involves a lot of sign detection, magnitude comparison, scaling, division, overflow detection, then the residual number system is not as nice as we expect it to be. It's not as fast as we expect it to be. Again, having a carry-free residual number system or residual number system which has the property of being carry-free, that makes it faster than binary when doing addition, subtraction, or multiplication. But when it comes to the difficult operations, like the one I just named, the binary is faster than the residual number system. So the idea here that residual number system can be used in applications where the difficult operations in residual number system are rarely used and we do not need to use them. If in some applications I do want to find that I do want to do a division or a scaling, or I do want to do a magnitude comparison or sign detection, then the residual number system would be a great candidate to do all the computations. But if I'm dealing with applications that requires a lot of division, a lot of magnitude comparison, a lot of sign detection, then the residual number system is not as nice as we expect it to be. For instance, I mean, here we are, this is the representation of X in like moduli set 345, 233, Y 110, Z 333. Is X greater than Y? Is Y greater than 0? Is Z greater than 6? We cannot tell by looking at them. However, this is easier in weighted number systems like decimal, like binary, like etc. Of course, like I said, this is so residual number system signal processes are inefficient usually. Scaling is a special form of division, which is one of the difficult operations. The scaling operation, I want to skip that. Probably it's not of interest at this stage. Division, like I said, is as you know, division is a mix of nested subtractions and magnitude comparison. So there is a magnitude comparison. So the division is not as nice as we expect it to be. Now, when selecting the moduli of a moduli set, we have like moduli sets with 3 elements, moduli sets with 4 elements, moduli sets with 5 elements. Usually, we pick moduli of specific forms that are linearly or relatively prime, so that the conversion, the reverse conversion, the comparison, and sign detection is easier than dealing with other moduli sets. Of course, generally speaking, there are no restrictions on selecting the moduli within a moduli set. All you need is to pick moduli that are relatively prime. But still, there is a room to improve the operations of residual number system when selecting specific moduli with specific form to ease and make the arithmetic operations, all arithmetic operations, whether the simple or difficult, easier when dealing with them. Here are a group of 3 moduli sets, a group of 4 moduli sets, a group of 5 moduli sets. Of course, there could be 6 moduli sets, 7 moduli sets. The more we add moduli to a moduli set, the more we increase the complexity of reverse conversion and other arithmetic operations. For instance, this is a 5 moduli set, 32, 31, 32, 31, 33, 25, 41. Those 5 moduli sets give me a dynamic range of 25 bits. 25 bits. So if I'm dealing with binary, then I need to deal with a modularized that consists of 25 bits, or a processor that deals with 25 bits. However, when dealing with residue number system, I need to deal with moduli or channels or processors that deals with 5 or 6 bits only. And those channels can work in parallel. Again, this is A, the value of A, which is 10 million something, value of B, which is 20 million something, and I want to add A to B, so I add 19 to 0, 10 to 30, 4 to 24, 23 to 0, 25 to 34, and here's the result. While I'm doing the computation on this channel, at the same time I'm doing computation on this channel, at the same time I'm doing computation on this channel, and on this channel. So I'm dealing with channels of 5 or 6 bits rather than dealing with a channel of 25 bits. What are the main applications where residue number system can be used? Simply stated, applications are finite impulse response filters, digital frequency synthesis, video filters, 2D filters, number theoretic transforms, cryptography. Most of these applications, or the bulk of computations in these applications are addition, subtraction, multiplication. They do not use comparison, magnitude comparison, division. They do not use that. Here is a schematic for a finite impulse response filter. Like you see, there is an addition process, a delay, multiplication, addition, multiplication, addition, multiplication, addition. So are only dealing with addition and multiplication. Of course, how is that done? I have over here a binary number applied to a converter that will convert it from a binary number system to a residue number system. So we produce x1, x2 up to xn, or xl as I call it. We have an arithmetic unit for modulo m1, an arithmetic unit for modulo m2, and arithmetic unit for the very last modules. Once the computations are done, once the computations of a digital filter, for instance, are done in the residue number system based processor, then we have to convert it back to a binary number. This is another example of a finite impulse response filter that deals with the three channels. Here is the channel, here is the second channel, and here is the third channel. Of course, we start over here with converting a binary value into residue. Then we do the addition, multiply, and accumulate. Like this is a channel for a model, this is a channel, this is a channel. There is no carry that runs across the channels. Of course, I've been working for the last 30 years among different research topics, but this was the main one. And I have made publications, and the very last, my very last publications, the last few years, here is a list, and here is the continuation of the list for the last 7 or 8 years. Of course, still there is a need for more work and research in this topic to make a breakthrough in the difficult operations. If we reach to that position or state where difficult operations are easily tackled by residue number system, there is a potential for residue number system to be applied in other applications other than the one which I just mentioned, and to go to other processors, whether for specific applications or general purpose computers. I think by this I conclude my presentation. I think I'm on the right on the right time. I mean, I did not exceed the time allowed for me. Thank you again, Dr. Salmon, and for you, for the audience, and for the organizers, and for UNIKOM University. If I'm ready to receive any questions.
Thank you, Professor Hiasat. Ladies and gentlemen, big applause to Dr. Ahmad Hiasat. Professor, you have made the arithmetical aspects and also mathematical aspects so easy to appreciate. But I think many questions will rise from the floor, but we please hold the question for a while because we are going to enter the next for the next presenter. And please, Professor Hiasat, stay tuned because we are going back to you after this. For the next keynote speakers, we have Professor Hamid Hassanpour. He received his BS degree in computer engineering from the Iran University of Science and Technology, Tehran, Iran, in 1993, and the Master of Science degree in computer engineering from the Bakir University of Technology, Tehran, in 1996, and also the PhD from the Queensland University of Technology, Brisbane, Australia, in 2004. He's currently a full professor at the Faculty of Computer Engineering, Sarudd University of Technology, Iran, and his research interests including data mining, biomedical signal processing, time frequency signal processing and analysis, text syntax analysis, image processing, and artificial neural network. He has also been awarded as Distinguished Professor of the Year in Research, Department of Computer and IT, Sarudd University of Technology, Iran, for 2009 and 2019. Distinguished as the celebrated research scientist in the province of Mazandaran, Iran, 2008, Distinguished Professor of the Year in Research, Department of Computer and Electrical Engineering from Babel University of Technology, Iran, also 2006 and 2007. Professor Hassanpour, I'm going to give you 25 minutes to present, and I'll be your timekeeper. Ladies and gentlemen, big applause to Professor Hassanpour.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the organizing committee of the conference for inviting me as one of the keynote speakers of this prestigious conference. I remember last year that I was one of the keynote speakers of the conference. I enjoyed from the conference program and also the hospitality of the conference organizing committee. I would like to tell the audience that the UNIKOM will also host the 9th International Conference on Signal Processing and Intelligent System in December this year. I cordially invite everyone to participate in this conference and submit a paper. Also, thank you, the Director of the UNIKOM Director, for supporting this prestigious conference. Okay. So, can you please stop the slide of the presentation? Could you please upload the presentation file, or I should upload it here?
Clear, Professor.
Yeah. subject of the presentation is AI solutions for online exam monitoring challenges. Let me have a brief introduction, the presentation lines. Let me have the next, how we can switch next. The outline of the presentation included a brief introduction, subject. And if you want to work on the area of exam monitoring, to have verification of the examiner, then we can go to the next step for monitoring for any cheating detection. Then at the end of the presentation, I will have a brief introduction for the exam monitoring system that was developed by SUT, Charlotte University of Technology. And the presentation is concluded at the end. The importance of e-exam is obvious to everybody after the challenge of pandemic, COVID-19. I hope the COVID-19 never back to society. We know that face-to-face exam is not possible in some situation. Still, in-person exam sometimes very costly. So the institution may prefer to use e-exam. And we can benefit from AI technology to process video of exam using video surveillance systems, event detection, and video summarization to have a better process on video of e-exam. So we have different challenge to monitor e-exam. First of all, verification of the examiner to make sure that the right person is the exam session, and also detecting cheating in the exam, which include obvious and hidden cheating behavior. And of course, video summarization is very beneficial, as it can let the proctor have a quick review even after the exam. I would like to tell you that several important subjects are under this area, research area, each of which can be PhD or master thesis. This is the reason I choose this subject as a keynote speaker for this conference. There are several companies working in e-exam, developing e-exam software. I categorize them in 4 groups. Some of them has no proactive system, just simply trying to verify the examiner, like Pearson, PUE. And some other have a live proctoring system. Providing live proctoring system is very costly. And some other group are based on AI technology for automatic cheating detection, and some other using video summarization techniques for have a quick review after the exam. Now, for the verification of the examiner, the first stage, we need to make sure that the examiner is the right person to have the integrity of the exam. We need to check the examiner for entering the exam session and also during the exam, of course, because sometimes the right person may start the exam, but at the middle of the exam, someone else may replace the presenter. They replace the examiners. So in this case, we need to have verification from the beginning till the end of the exam to make sure that right person is doing the exam. And so for verification, there are different techniques that we can use for verification. The simplest one is using face image. So using face image is very reliable, but because of some disadvantages of using face image, people prefer not to use face image for verification all the time. Because, you know, using face image for verification needs additional camera and also may provide stress for the examining. And of course, it has additional computational costs for the system. So we can use a typing pattern as a very reliable and simple technique for verification. If you want to use typing patterns, you know, we can use keystroke dynamic from the beginning to the end of the exam to make sure the right person is doing the exam. We can benefit from several characteristics of typing pattern. For example, pressing and holding a key by the examiner, or time interval between keystroke of successive characters. So in this case, you can consider down, down, or up, down, or something else like up, up, or down, up. And as another characteristic that can be used include frequent use of error correction key like, you know, backspace and delete key. So as I said, there are different characteristics that can be used for verification using typing pattern. But here we suggest using time interval between successive keystrokes, which is very reliable, I will tell you today. So in this case, once we are using typing pattern for verification, several factors affecting the users, including the speed of finding characters, the speed of getting hands on the character, and duration of holding the key. And of course, depends on the left hand, right hand, or both hands. You know, sometimes people just use one hand for typing. You know, sometimes people may prefer to use both of hands if people have no good experience. So in using typing pattern for verification, at the beginning we need to have a data set. Which data set we can use for to make sure that the right person is doing the exam. We can, in this case, use fixed text or variable text. There are two different techniques. Once we are talking about fixed text, users have to type in a specified text. For example, once the user gets in using username or password, so we can recognize the person, whether the person is the right one or not. Because if some other, if the third party has the password of everybody, can get into the system and do the exam. But if you want to use the typing pattern, so it's the same pattern, different people may have different signature. So in this case, we can say we can use fixed text. But if you want to use the fixed text, you will not be able to monitor during the exam. In this case, we can say that as the examiner is trying to put the answer or type in the answer using keyboard, then we can consider the keystrokes patterns to verify the user. So in this case, of course, the type of keyboard, whether the keyboard is QWERTY or Libero, is important, effective, and also language of the users, whether the user is using English, Persian, or Indonesian, or other languages. But here I can tell you in our next slide that we can make a characteristic function of typing consecutive character. Here, as I said, the time interval between successive characters. Suppose I'm typing in a word like hello. So the time between H and L is recorded. Then time between L and the second L, and time between L and O, so typing in the L. So then we take an average from all successive words, time interval between successive words, and put the average, the duration of successive words here in this table. So during the exam, we try to provide such a matrix of time interval for typing consecutive characters. So even if the examiner using free text in providing the answer of the exam, we only have one such a matrix to verify the user. So in this case, we only have 26 by 26, a matrix of size 26 by 26, because we have 26 letters, so time duration between successive characters provide us a matrix of 21 by 21. So we can say that we have a challenge of analyzing this matrix to verify the exam, because effect of it, stress will be on the examiner's behavior, and also environmental factors such as room light, desk, position of the examiner on the desk, by the desk, and monitor, and different other things that may exist in the exam room, and also type of keyboard. But I can tell you, and I will explain in our next session, that a person's typing patterns change in different situations, but yet the pattern remains similar. So in different situations, people may have different behavior, but behavior of people in providing duration in typing in successive characters will provide the similar patterns for individuals. In this case, if you want to analyze typing pattern, we convert the matrix, the matrix that I showed you in the previous slide, that it was a 26 by 26, we convert the matrix to a feature vector. It's a fixed length, which would be about 600. Then we pre-process the feature vector so that we can consider selected key sequence. We don't need to consider all sequence, but now we can consider selected key sequences. This will let us to have a feature vector with a reduced length. Still, we can use the feature vectors, the original feature vector, but we prefer to have a concise feature vector while considering selected key sequence. After that, we can use data analysis technique, for example, using similarity measure for pattern recognition. Here in our next slide, please, I can show you that. Here you can see characteristics of different users in different exams that extracted in time duration between successive keys, key strings. We did experiments on several e-exam, and these e-exam we had several students. We had a good data set of over 100 students participated in e-exam. Here you can see each plot represent one student. In each student, the typing pattern in different situation or in different exam, you can see that signature may change for each student, in different exam, but still the similarity is kept. You can see that typing pattern of each student is different from typing pattern of the other student. But for each student, you can see now in each fluctuation of a soft plot, you can see different color. Each color represents one session of exam, e-exam. So you can see that the behavior is still similar. So this can let us to recognize different people and also verify people during e-exam. Next slide, please. So we can see that verification can be easily done using typing pattern. Now we need to recognize people. We need to analyze some other signature to detect whether there is a cheating in the exam or not. As we know, cheating may be overt or covert. In overt cheating, examiner may use booklets or cell phone, but in covert cheating, no noticeable symptom is appear during the exam. So cheating detection is a little bit challenging. I will explain. Next slide that. There are several steps for cheating detection. Now for the first stage, we have overt cheating. First part of overt cheating is pre-processing so that we can remove non-suspicious frames. If we have a video of examining, so sometimes there is no movement. So if there is no movement, we can make sure that there is no cheating. Cheating without movement of object or person is impossible. So we can say that the pre-processing stage, we remove non-suspicious frames while considering similarity of successive frames. If we consider similarity of successive frame, if the similarity is higher than a threshold value, then we may say that there is a symptom of cheating that needs a further analysis. So in our next slide, I can explain you that to automatically recognize the cheating in terms of overt cheating, first we need to recognize object in the scene. So we can use deep learning networks such as the YOLO-5 to discover object in the scene and then define a role. For example, in one exam, people are allowed to use booklet, but in another exam, people may not be allowed to use booklet. In another exam, people may be allowed to have a discussion with their friends, with others. So different exam may have their own rules. So in this case, in our second part, we need to recognize object in the scene. Then in our next part, here you can see the architecture of the YOLO-5 to recognize object in the scene. So once the object are recognized in the scene, we provide a box around the object and also label around in the box to represent that what object was recognized. Of course, there are other techniques to discover object in the scene, for example, using mask RCN, but using YOLO-5, as our experience shows, is very fast compared to mask RCN and more effective. And in our next part, which is analysis for examining activity, in this case, we again try to remove non-suspicious frame because different objects in the scene may not be in the same importance. The highest importance is body part of the examinee, and the lowest importance are background. in our next slide, I can show you some figure. Here you can see the overall steps, parts of the cheating detection in case of over cheating detection. So here in pre-processing stage, from the at the beginning, the students or the participant is recognized. Then we try to remove unchanged successive frames to concise the video processing time, and then we try to recognize object in the scene, and after that try to analyze the body parts of the participant. Here we try using body skeleton structure, and to show that whether the booklet, the cell phone, or something like that was grabbed by the students, is in the hand of the student, or whether the student is looking to the booklet. So in this case, after we could recognize object in the scene, we can consider different priority and also different coefficient for object existing in the scene, and also for the body parts of the person. So here you can see that once we recognize, we can see that different body parts. For each body part, we may have different coefficient, because at the end we have a threshold value. Threshold value showing that what is the risk of cheating behavior. If the risk of cheating behavior is higher than threshold, then the system will automatically recognize it as a cheating. Okay. Now, in our next, we will talk about recognizing covert cheating. In covert cheating, there is no symptom, but sometimes people just mimic that they are doing, normal behavior. They are doing the usual job, but sometimes people use, unusual behavior that makes sign of a covert cheating. For example, in this case, the participant pretending that there's annoying things underneath, and he is trying to find it, and sometimes maybe the cheating note underneath. Or in this case, the participant is looking outside. Now, sometimes people, once they are thinking, they show a specific behavior. Now, in this case, the student may show that he is thinking on something, but possibly there is something the other side of the desk that can be used as cheating. So now let's to tell you that detecting cheating, covert cheating is very subtle task. In this case, we can consider using abnormal behavior. If there's any abnormality in the behavior of the participant, then we can say that possibly there is a cheating and need a further analysis. Now, next slide, I can tell you that to detect cheating or covert cheating, we can extract a skeleton-based signature of the participant, and in this case, of course, there is some benefit, because people sometimes may not be happy to be monitored by a video, and the monitor be viewed by other people. In this case, we only need to have the skeleton characteristic of the participant. Then we can say that the background is removed, just we only concentrate on the skeleton characteristic. Here, you can see only the skeleton points, which are 11 points that can be analyzed, and you can see during the time the variation of each point. Each of the point here represent the skeleton of the participant from one frame, one single frame, and then the next, the next, and the next. And here you can see that the fluctuation of each node, each point from the skeleton characteristic, and you can represent it here. So if there is any abnormality, you can see that the fluctuation is changed remarkably. So in this case, the covert cheating detection problem will be changed to another problem, which is time series-based anomaly detection. And in literature, there are plenty of techniques for abnormality detection in time series, so we can benefit from them, and I can explain you in next session, in our next slide that. So we need to analyze only the skeleton behavior of key points extracted from the participant. And collecting data for abnormality detection is a little bit challenging and also, of course, costly, because in e-exam, you know that cheating, especially covert cheating, is rarely happen. And also, the data is, there is a diversity in the data, and also frequency of pattern is very low. Sometimes some students may not do any cheating, even covert cheating, so it will be difficult to train abnormality detection using supervised technique. Here, I will explain you in our next slide that we can use reconstruction-based anomaly detection method using encoder-decoder structure. So in this case, we collect data from the key points, and then trying to reconstruct the next frame, the steps, and then if there was any error, it can represent that is abnormality. So here you can see that some behaviors. So as I explained you, just we try to reconstruct behavior, the future behavior of skeleton patterns. And in this case, we need enough number of data, and I can say that abnormal behavior in different students can be classified in two groups: global abnormal behavior and person-specific abnormal behavior. What does that mean? It is very obvious that if a student is looking back or looking for something underneath, it indicates that is trying to do cheating sometimes. Okay, but students may trying to pretend that he is doing a habit of is his own habit. For example, sometimes people may have a habit of showing a certain movement while thinking, in this case and that case. So in this case, we can say that normal behavior is sometimes normal in all students, and sometimes each student has its own normal or abnormal behavior. Then, now next, I can tell you that the model we are using here. Here you can see videos of different students. We collected, different video from different students. You can see the video frames. So we can say that from the beginning of exam, you can never expect that a student start cheating. So we can say that at the beginning of the exam, normal behaviors happen. So here we are using a hybrid training model for abnormal detection. The hybrid model, it has two parts: globally trained model, which is called GM, and also another model which is trained based on single person's normal data. We call it DSM. So if we have a video sequence, you have two models. The first model, which is trained using global pattern of normal behavior of various students, and the other one is video specific normal behavior. So each is, if we want to recognize any abnormality or covert cheating from a student, first we try to train the model using the initial parts of the video. Then the output of GM and DSM are mixed together to recognize whether there is any abnormality or not. Okay. Now, Uh, Here we did the experiment on collecting, as I said, data from several video, video captured during mock exam, each of which exhibiting instance of cheating. But the initial part, 30% of the total sequence of video, which is the initial parts of the video, are normal free. I mean, this no abnormal behavior, and we use skeleton joint characteristic of participant, which include 11 key points, including nose, left eye and right eye, and also left hand, right hand arm, and also the other things that indicated here. And we use experimental features that listed here, to recognize whether there is any abnormality or not. Now, in our next session, the next slide, I can tell you that we use various abnormality detection methods existing in literature like UAE, FCAE, and the others here. And in our experiment, we found that any existing abnormality detection techniques can be used to detect cover cheating. The features are very robust. I can tell you in our next slide that.
Professor Hasanpur, you have 5 minutes remaining. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And here you can see that in this table, we use different features and different abnormality detection techniques. And you can see that average precision and also measure of IUC under curve, area under curve. So you can see that still if we want to use any of the abnormal detection technique using BSM or GM, you can see that they are robust enough to recognize covert cheating, and we can mix them together, and also we can fuse output of different features to have a high accuracy of covert cheating detection in exam. Next, please. Here I can tell you a brief introduction of SUTE exam monitoring system. 2 parts, the proctor sides. So you can see that the participants' frontal face, and also the proctor can online monitor the video session, I mean the exam session. And here you can see from the bottom the examining sites for the monitoring system. And then next, we provide a video. Maybe we don't have enough time to play the video because it's 2 minutes. Later, the participant maybe download the presentation file and see the video. And here we showed that how different parts of the SUTE exam monitoring system can work. But the system is in Persian language, but as at least you can see the different steps that happen. We try to record from the monitor. Then next, here, you have a stage of the system from the beginning that the examiner can start write the exam answer. Here you have 6 green light. If you have 6 green light, indicate that there is no symptom of cheating. So if you lost 1 green light and change to red light, it indicates that something happened, that is some symptoms of cheating. So it's a threshold. If no, maybe still you can have 1 red light or 2 red light. But if you have 3 red light, indicate that is some symptoms of cheating. Next, please. As a conclusion, we showed here that deploying the existing technology, AI technology, can benefit monitoring e-exam so that we can very accurately monitor e-exam. And there are some active area of research in video processing and data analysis that can be subject of thesis or for master or PhD students, because keystroke dynamic can be analyzed, or detecting over-cheating, detecting power-cheating, each of which has active area. And also summarizing video is another thing that can be used. So here we can, our techniques can be used for integrity and validity of the exam. Thank you for your attention, and also thank you for your time. My special thank to my PhD students, Mr. Marvi, Mr. Avatabai, and also Mr. Roshan. So they helped me in providing the lecture, keynote talk, and here, the keynote talk was a summary of their PhD thesis. So if everybody has any question, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hasanpur. Please big applause, ladies and gentlemen. I think started from this day, there will be no cheat no more among the students. Okay.
Hopefully.
Professor Hasanpur, please stay tuned, because we are going back to you after this next presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the fifth keynote speakers for today, Professor Hiroyuki Ida. I would like to ask Professor Ida kindly to take place in the on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Ida received the PhD degree in heuristic theories of game, from the Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology, Tokyo in 1994. His PhD work was mostly conducted in Maastricht University, Netherlands, under the supervision by Professor Jaap van den Merk. He was affiliated with Shizuoka University Hamamatsu and guest professor with Maastricht University. He is currently the trustee and vice president of educational and student affairs with the Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, JAIST. Without further delay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give big applause to Professor Hiroyuki Ida. Professor, you have 25 minutes to present, and I'll be your timekeeper.
So, good morning, everybody. My great pleasure being here. Actually, this morning arrived at the Jakarta airport early morning. I expected to take Shinkansen. It's like a Japanese Shinkansen, meaning a fast train. I expected, but I took UNIKOM Shinkansen. That's why successfully I've been here. Yes. So I really appreciate such a fantastic driver and escort to pick me up. Thank you very much. Yes. So I have only 25 minutes. Let me start my talk. Please, next slide. First of all, I like to express my gratitude for the very nice collaboration between UNIKOM and JAIST. Let me show you three fantastic examples. First, top runner is Dr. Han Han. He is closely working with Professor Kanal from JAIST, very successfully complete his high quality PhD. Congratulations. Yes. The second one, second one, please. Yeah, he is still working, but it's almost finished. It's very interesting. Recently, I read his paper, a journal quality paper, very interesting. I think this is international, Indonesian traditional music. Yeah? Then automatically having like a text for the music. I think it's very nice. A collaboration with Professor Hasegawa from JIST. Thank you. Then let me show you another last one. Yeah? It's like Mr. Adam is also a collaboration with JIST, yeah? Professor. He's probably will, how I say, publish in high quality journal and complete his PhD. Thank you again for such a good collaboration. Yes. So now let me start the introduction. Oh, I'm sorry. No, but anyway, please, next one. Yes, yes. So my topic today is actually I've been kind of the athlete, not the sports athlete, but it's like a mind sports athlete. 30 years, Japanese chess, shogi, grandmaster, 30 years from my young age, yes. And also 30 years AI researchers, and now I'm a little bit more than 60 years of age, yes. Then my output or result in such after 60 years, 30 years athlete and 30 years AI researcher, my output is a gravity in mind. Universal gravitation is discovered by Isaac Newton. Maybe you know it, yeah? Something like that, yeah? Why falling down, yes? I think still we wondering why. And also still difficult to explain clearly, exactly why it's falling down in this way, yes? But anyway, likewise, the motion of object is affected by gravity. Likewise, the motion of thing, event, or even motion in mind is affected by gravity in mind. This was my hypothesis after 6 years, athlete and AI researchers. Yes? So let me continue. Actually, my conclusion is 3 paradigm shift. One paradigm shift is AI context, performance optimization. Actually, in game domain, is very fast development, like Ego, Go, Wichi game. Already AI outperforms any human player. Yes. Actually, most of the AI researchers, top researchers believed at least it took more, 20 or 30 years until 2050. Yeah? It's impossible to overcome the human champions, but already done. Yes? The optimization is already done. Therefore, my point is, as one of the 3 paradigm shift is mind optimization. How we feel comfort by some event. Yeah? How AI can feel such comfort. That's be the first paradigm shift. The second paradigm shift is physics in mind. Yeah? As I mentioned at the beginning of this talk, the motion of object, like a Newton, yeah? To motion of thing. Yeah? Actually, a few years ago, I really enjoyed this, the pandemic time, like Newton, yeah? To find or discovered a new topics. I call it motion in mind, or motion of things. Yeah? Then third one is intelligence, from square root, intelligence to logarithm intelligence. This is my output from the 6 years experience. Anyway, there's a picture here, is some 40 years ago. I played against at that time, champion player, Mr. Moriuchi, young grandmaster. This is an AI, as AI researcher, I developed a TACOS computer shogi program, 4 times a world champion in the competition. Anyway, next slide, please. Yes. So now let me continue explain something more. Gravity in mind theory. in Newton mechanics, definition of velocity is given by displacement, the change of the displacement over the time. But in game context or gravity in mind, we use the information or uncertainty solved over the time. That was the definition of the, how I say, velocity in mind. Actually, when we see some traditional game in Japan, shogi, in Western country, chess, in Asian country, Go, yes? Using the motion in mind approach, we could analyze in interesting ways. So the point is, for example, if you have the question in your mind, what is a sophisticated game? Then Leibniz, in the same time of the Newton, he mentioned, human beings are never more intelligent than in the invention of games. Why he mentioned in this way? Or why it's so difficult to create sophisticated games? My, how I say, challenging answer to this question is, a good game, sophisticated game system, we need to implement nature. So we need to understand the mechanism of nature. Yes? That's very difficult, challenging. Yes? That was one of my translation. Anyway, next slide, please. So Newton arrived this conclusion. Apple falling down. Yes, that's a reason. Force. There is a force. This relation, yeah, inverse proportional to a distance square and the parameter g. Yeah? That's a gravitational, universal gravitation. Next slide, please. Yes. So my intuition is using this formula. Any event or thing can be characterized by this kind of velocity as the same velocity motion. For example, we assume here is a chess. Then gravity in mind curve is something like actually, if we consider free falling motion, is something like y equal half gt square. Yes? Then if we use, how I say, without gravitation, without gravity, what happened? Say, same velocity motion. Then cross point, like this. So what the meaning of the cross point? That's a question in this sense. Next slide, please. Actually, this term, gravity, was reconsidered by Einstein. Yeah? It's like, how I say, influence around the object with mass. My idea, gravity in mind is, as I mentioned in the previous slide, this cross point. What's the meaning of this cross point? The point is, if this is a time or length of game, if you play longer than this cross point, your event would be boring. If you stop this playing before this cross point, the result would be not so confidential, not so, how I say, objective, like a subjective. So this means this cross point something like a border between objectivity and subjectivity, or entertainment and unfairness, something like that. So next slide, please. So that's a right. This slide is better. That cross point, I give the name minimal objectivity. Once you know the result, some objectivity, such event should be finished to maximize something like an entertainment point. That I call it minimal objectivity. Maybe next slide, please. I skip some time. As I mentioned, any object can be characterized by velocity. This idea comes from the Skinner's idea in the context of the reinforcement running. Probably you know the reinforcement running. Reinforcement schedule is an idea in the reinforcement running. For example, if you conduct something, I would say you receive the reward with some probability. Yeah? For example, if you conduct n times then you receive the reward. In that case, frequency n variable ratio reinforcement schedule. So this means a probability 1 over n inverse. That's the reinforcement schedule issue. Next slide, please. Actually, when we consider any kind of board game or any kind of mind sports, we have totally so many legal moves to play, say large B. Yeah? But if you apply your own skill in the domain, such a set of the legal moves can be reduced in this way, say small b. Otherwise, you can choose like a by chance because you have no more skill to reduce. In this sense, the mind sports is also kind of random reward event, something like that. So VRN reinforcement schedule reward is given with probability 1 over n. N stands for the frequency, something like that. Next slide, please. So now, I would say gravity mind discovers a border, like a minimal objectivity between objectivity and subjectivity. Yes? I already explained in the previous slide. One line and one curve, cross point here. Next slide, please. The gravity mind finds a border. The border means reasonable game length. As I mentioned, if you play longer this border, then game will be boring. This event will be boring. If the game is shorter than cross point, this border, then the game is not unfair. The result of the game is unfair. For example, if we see some sophisticated game in the world, chess, shogi, go, these games always stand on this curve, like a gravity curve, yeah? Gravity in mind curve. And the velocity is different. This means game has different characteristics, like this. But the square root GR is almost similar, something like that. Next slide, please. Then, a interesting observation we found is gravity and jerk. Jerk is a change of acceleration in mind meet an addictive zone. There is a event or thing like a game. Then this red one is a gravity in mind. The green one is a jerk in mind. Yes. Then this cross point if we consider gravity in mind and gravity in jerk, then we have this straight, this line. This meaning a new thing can be produced by a combination of gravity in mind and jerk in mind. Yes. Then, if we see from the example, fighting around the road, it is likely in China, every night, more than 10 million people, no, 100 million people play on the internet. Then there are some different patterns. This pattern is the most popular. For example, this is a root square of the G acceleration, and this is a jerk, a cube square of jerk is almost similar. In this case, it's the most popular. Interesting observation, we found it. Here, this red curve is half a t square, and green one is y equal 1/6 jt q. Yeah? Next slide, please. Here, then we could conclude in this way. Things are in harmony with comfort and discomfort. The comfort corresponds to, how I say, a gravity in mind. And discomfort is a jerk. Then two curves combined in a good way. The meaning GR is a factor of A, and AD, a factor of J, is the same. In that case, very addictive. This is, how I say, one of the interesting observations from the motion in mind or gravity in mind theory. Next slide, please. So, currently, one of the, how I say, observation is a gravity and jerk produce, how I say, a interesting and addictive event, which implies this relation. This is information solved. Yes. In that case here, the meaning, the phi equal the ratio GR over AD is acceleration over jerk. In that case, if the phi equal 1, in that case, very addictive. Yes. So therefore, when we feel addictive, for example, in game playing, there was a big question in this area. Now we found one of the solutions, possible solutions. Which kind of the event, which kind of the game would be more addictive? So meaning phi equal 1. In that case, such event would be addictive. Next slide, please. Here, when we see the ratio or magnitude of the gravity in mind over, how I say, gravity of play, is given by like root square n. Yes. On the other hand, when we see a roller coaster, perhaps most of you enjoyed a roller coaster experience. Then we have a survey last year with some 500 human subject. Then the question was, in which magnitude of thrilling experiments, like a 1G or 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, etc., is most preference for your case? Then answer was, majority is 45% answered 3G is more comfort, enjoyable. Then likewise, in mind, when n equal 9, we could have 3, yes? So this means in physical case, magnitude like 3G is the most, preferable. Likewise, in mind, like sports or game at the enjoyable, yes, something like that. Next slide, please. Now, I would say, maybe next slide, yes. So, why so addictive? The point is, when we conduct something, when we perform something, we somehow seek like objectivity, yes? So this means we try to play repeatedly to have more confidence, strongly confidence. So therefore, we might have this kind of measure. This is a cross point of the gravity in mind and the gravity jerk in mind. This is objective information. Then we could estimate in this way. So this means if this value depends on this value, such event, like a game, should be played many times, repeatedly, to have more confidence. Here I mentioned to obtain full objectivity in the thing, n square times attempt repeatedly are highly required. That's why, like a game or event with high uncertainty are usually played many times, like addictive. Next slide, please. If we focus more in general, we could see another border between necessity and chance or randomness. For example, we have green line curve and also red line, red curve. This would be the border. If the event with frequency n, random reward frequency n, and reinforcement schedule sense, around n equal 55 or something like would be the border. This means if the n is less than this cross point, the game or event would be more like a skew based. Over the n equal 55 is completely random. So this means you can apply to your daily life experience. If you have the event with such frequency n in your daily life, that event will be very addictive. For example, in Japan or internet, the gacha game is very addictive. Many players is addictive. According to our calculation, the gacha has this kind of characteristics. This means you try many times to get reward, to win a reward, yes? But if you get such reward easily, such event would be not so interesting, not so engaged. But if you get such reward only with probability, say, 1 over n, like this, very engaged. But if such probabilities are too less, too small, like this, yes, in that case, how I say, over the out of the interest, something like that. Next slide, please. Maybe my time is almost. I will finish it.
5 minutes remaining, Doctor.
Yeah, in a few minutes I will finish it. So, if you apply this kind of idea, gravity in mind or motion in mind, we could see human or people's preference, change, and the history. For example, here we focus on some game. We believe sophisticated game after long history, like a mahjong or ego and Western chess, something like. After 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 or even several thousand years, they come to this zone. It's like a gravity mind zone. That's what we observed. I think it's one of the evidence of the gravity mind theory. Next slide, please. Here is a more detailed analysis with focus on Go game. It's actually 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, starting with 9 by 9, then evolutionary change, 13 by 13, 15 by 15, 17, 19, 21, etc. Yes. Then we could see like illustration in the motion in mind measurement here. The game becomes more fairness and more interesting, showing like a border, as I mentioned in the previous slide. Yes. Next slide, please. No more? Okay. And also such history, for example, Go, 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, starting like a 4G level, then decreasing 3G or 2G level. But Western chess, starting here, starting 2G level, then now 4G level, something like. Maybe it reflects to the historical change of our society, like agriculture, industry, the modern society era. So, next slide, please. Maybe the last one. So now my conclusion is a few sentence 4. First, motion of object is affected by gravity on Earth. The motion of thing is affected by gravity in mind. The second one is minimal objectivity. Yes, is important with respect to entertainment or motivation. Third one is sophisticated thing is a harmonic combination, gravity in mind and jerk in mind. Then I call it comfort and discomfort, harmonic balance between two. Finally, my important statement, claim today is AI should have such gravity in mind. Then would be important next milestone for AI researchers to understand human being who exist in society. Then final slide, one more please. Yeah. Actually, Albert Einstein once mentioned, gravitation cannot be held responsible for people who are in love. Yes? But I would say gravity in mind can be responsible for in love. Actually, here is some example from my laboratory. The people are fall in love with gravity in mind. Like, this meaning, in the Newton, Einstein, we are just an object with mass. Actually, we are more than mass, more than object with mass. We are intelligent something. That's why we have a gravity in mind, each other interaction. That's why we love each other, something like. My conclusion. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Professor Ida. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give again a big applause to
game expert, Professor Hiroki Ida. And we are going to enter the second discussion session. I believe you have a question in mind, but please hold for a second. There are Professor Ida, Professor Hiasat, and Professor Hasanpur in the online. Please, we enter the discussion now, and I will start with three questions from the floor. Please raise your hand, mention your name, institution, and also to whom the question is addressed for. Well, yeah, Professor Sugoto, the first question. Please, the committee, hand over the microphone. Okay, next, on the corner. First, Professor Sugoto.
Thank you, Dr. Salman. My first question is to Professor Ahmad Hiasat. Professor Ahmad Hiasat just explained about residual number system. And I know that you write a lot of journal about residual number system. My question is, how about the application, the RSN, in business decision making so far, according to your opinion? That is the first question from me. And the second question is to Professor Hamid Hasanpur. Professor Hamid Hasanpur has explained about the e-exam and give some example of in the presentation about the face recognition. My question is, how about the implementation e-exam for such as 45 person in one classroom, and which one is the best to follow the e-exam? If we use essay exam or multiple choice exam. And the last question is for Professor Hiroki Ida about the gravity in mind. According to your theory about the gravity and gravity in mind, it means that what happened to us, it's depend on what we think about that one. If we think something good, we attract the good thing. But if think something is different with that one, we will get something that different also. So we attract only what in our mind. That is my question, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sugoto. The first question is addressed to Professor Hiasat about decision making. Please, Professor Hiasat.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Salman, and thank you, Professor, for asking. I did not get your question. I mean, it was like I could not hear it very well. Could you repeat it for me, please?
Okay, you just explained about the RSN, and I would like to know the application of RSN in decision making in business. What is your opinion about that one?
Yes, thank you. Well, so far I've been, yeah, thank you. So far I haven't seen implementation or application of RNS in applications but digital signal processing. Decision-making processes, I mean, currently do not seem related or possible. However, that's a good question in the sense that if you think decision-making process depends mainly on the main operations, addition, subtraction, and multiplication, if the decision-making process depends on these three arithmetic operations, then I expect a research on that area would be very beneficial for the decision-making process. As I'm not aware of the arithmetic behind the decision-making process, what are the algorithms adopted to decision-making processes, I cannot tell that this is a good area for research until I'm more educated on what are the algorithms of decision-making process, what are the arithmetic, is it within the capability of residual number system, does it involve, I expect the decision-making process to involve, to make a kind of comparison. If we translate this comparison into numbers, then the residual number system is not a good candidate for this. As long as the decision-making process depends on comparisons, or true or false, or yes or no, that's a comparison process, which is difficult in residual number system. So I'm afraid probably there is not much room for the implementation of RNS in decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hyasat. Ladies and gentlemen, for some reason, we will skip to the third question. It's about gravity in mind with a different result. Please, Professor Ida.
I think the very good question, very deep question, philosophical question, if I understand correctly. I think, in other words, I would repeat this question. What is the essential meaning of the cross point of the straight line? Yeah? It characterizes something. Yeah? And gravity in mind curve. Yeah? I mentioned to explain the slides in my talk, if you play longer than the cross point, that event will be boring. Yeah? If you stop the playing before the cross point, the event will be not so objective enough. Yeah? So that's why cross point is enough. But essentially, I like to answer to the question. Yeah? The value perspective as a meaning, I was an athlete, a grandmaster, a Japanese chess player, 30 years. Yes? The first, from game starting to end, yeah? Or nearly end, is something like competitive, very competitive to win, yeah? Against partner, against the enemy. But once I know I was behind the position, for example, yeah? The game should be should have artistic value. So therefore, I have to carefully consider when to stop, when to interrupt this game to remain artistic perspective, artistic value. Otherwise, this game will be no more artistic value, just a competition. So this means we are starting as athlete, but end as artist. That's my conclusion after 60 years as athlete and AI researchers. But unfortunately, currently AI can understand only the part of this, scope. That's why a very weak point of the AI. In some sense, AI is very high quality, but still like infancy. Yeah? It's very not so sophisticated enough. I believe that your question essentially meaning something like that. Am I right? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I believe there was a question from the left corner of this building. Okay. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salman. I introduce my name, Agus Nursiku Agus, and I have a question for Professor Hyasat and Professor Hamid. For the first, for Professor Hiasat. I will have a question about how to deploy numerical residual for metric operation, or another case if we want to apply in convolution metric. An example for CNN, convolutional neural network. Is it possible to apply the concept for them? And the second question for Professor Hamid. I have research about the pose, and I have a barrier about how to detect the position about the for my research. For example, is for detect the gesture of student, like kinetic and other. For my question, from the explanation, I saw that Prof. Hamid take about many pictures and extract them and define to one class, so we can detect cheat or not cheat. But for my research, it is make a barrier, because if we detect for the student gesture, sometimes we have to obtain about the like threshold, number of threshold. Perhaps this is my question. Thank you, Dr. Salman.
Thank you, Dr. Nusiku. Perhaps the committee told me that Professor Hasanpur is no longer available due to some network problems. So we will start with the first question to Dr. Hiasat. Please, Doctor.
Yes, thank you. My pleasure. Thank you for the question. When talking about the matrix operation, the convolutional operations, I mean, this is a straightforward application for the number system. In fact, it's being used in signal processing. Particularly, we are talking about 2D filters as well. So I think that fits perfectly within all matrices operation, which require addition, subtraction, and multiplication. It's faster, it's efficient, it's less demanding. So probably you can search the internet or database of some publishers like the IEEE, and you will find some people who have done some work in that sense. So that fits perfectly with what you are saying, unless probably some operations are some difficult operations are involved. But as long as we are talking about the main simple operations, no, a perfect RNS is a perfect candidate for such type of computations.
Okay, so for the metric operation, it's not possible to apply your concept about the residual number. Is that true, Professor?
Say again, please.
Yeah. For the answer, so this is not possible for metric operation because you thought about the efficiency of calculation the number. Is it true?
Yes.
Okay, I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hiasat. And any question from the floor again? We still have several minutes before ending the discussion session, perhaps from me. Professor Ida, is there any side effect if somebody having too much, spent too much at the additive zone? Is there a problem? besides comfort?
Actually, WHO concerned about the addictive issue.
Yes.
A few years ago, they registered officially such addictive, it's like a gaming disorder, something like. But currently, no way to distinguish which kind of event, which kind of things would be addictive or something, right? Currently, from academic point of view, just the first step to identify this kind of event might be easily addictive, etc. Yes. So therefore, next step would be a more elaborated this idea to apply in a practical case, especially prevent from being addictive for younger, older, any person in our daily life. I think this is a current situation. Is it okay?
Fine with me. Thank you, Professor Ida. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our discussion session. Thank you very much of all of your attention or your care, and well, I think we have done some great things today to enjoy the presentation of our 5 keynote speakers, outstanding keynote speakers, and we thank them and we give them a big applause, please. Hopefully,
recording stopped.
Hopefully the knowledge they provide will pave our way for our next discussion, which will be informed later by Dr. Tawami. And thank you very much again of all your kindness. I will return to Dr. Tawami and Nisa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salman Pradimatana. That was a lovely performance. Also, thank you very much to Professor Hiroyuki Ida. Okay, welcome to Bandung again, Sensei.
Ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding with the following agenda, we will now commence the presentation of souvenirs, its distinguished keynote speakers, and moderated by esteemed Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, and Accreditation, Associate Professor Dr. Herman S. Sugoto, MBA, accompanied by Conference Chair Dr. Poni Sukaisi Kurniati, SIP, MSI. We kindly request the presence of all the names mentioned earlier to join us on the stage.
Kindly request again, presenters, keynote speakers, as well as moderators, please come to the stage for the souvenir delivery. And we kindly request Associate Professor Dr. Herman SMBA and Dr. Poni Sukaisi to deliver the presentation. Okay, please remain at site, ladies and gentlemen. We want to call forward the VIP guests, Vice Rector, Deans, as well as Professor Abdul Karim to come to the stage for photograph documentation. And the VIP guests also. Okay, 3 poses. 1 second pose, U for UNIKOM. And for the final pose, perhaps strong pose. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now for the final documentation, we would like to humbly all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to come to the floor together with all the participants, and the photograph will be taken from here. Okay, so everybody will have their picture. Okay, please, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the other participants, please stand up. Okay, to commemorate this event today, please stand up. Okay, you can raise your hand with your own style, for example. Make this as a memorable moment, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on for a while. One last picture, okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please kindly all return to your respective seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this session has been exceptionally productive, and we have derived great satisfaction from it. Nevertheless, we must conclude this session due to time constraints in preparation for the next agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding, we must remind all participants that after this session, we will have lunch break that will be held for an hour on the 16th floor of this building. And then the parallel sessions will be held from 1 p.m. to 3:45 p.m. And then the parallel rooms are located in the 11th and 12th floor. The committee members will guide you. And then for the praying rooms, the praying rooms are available at the 16th, 15th, 8th, and basement 2nd floor in this building. And please, ladies and gentlemen, keep your time track to the agenda. Thank you.
We want to express our sincere gratitude to your participation and look forward to welcome you to next year's conference in 2024. I'm Salisatun Hairunisa.
And I'm Tatan Tawami, and now we have concluded this session. Wishing you all a pleasant day ahead. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.